So, after 4 straight days of non-stop Age of Empires action, 2 names have arrived to the grand final. And it's live, and there's a pause. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. The beauty of live games, but it just gives us time to do our wonderful introduction here. In the now red, we're going to change the Admiral again. We have Admiral Yi-Sun Shin, a player who has lost 1 game every series to get here, but that is significantly less than John the Fearless and is playing as the Aztecs, Dave. And then John the Fearless, many people feel they have guessed, had a very tough road. Again, the Bulgarians on Arabia.
Mm-hmm. And Aztecs, generally the favorite civilization, I think, for Arabia. Yep. Probably the best Arabia civilization of all time, if you look at the history of this game. And Bulgarians, like you said, maybe not the first choice people would go with, but John the Fearless proving that they are a viable option in his first set.
Sure, yeah. And, well, this is one reason you pick the Aztecs. The Aztecs have an eagle, and you can go forward, and it cannot be fought by a scout unless the scout wants to lose. And we have a lame from the Admiral, something that Admiral's been doing all tournament. There's been a villager block here or there. There's been a few aspects where you just tell this player's always going to be aggressive. And there's 2 boars here, Dave. I think it'd be a horrible idea to steal one, but it could be annoying.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough at the back of the base, right?
Yep.
And especially since I think John spotted both of those. So if he sees one running away, it's going to be easier for him to block. He's slightly out of position, though, right now.
Yeah, it's awkward because you kind of need to scout your base, but you also need to pay attention to that. I think what Admiral might do, since Admiral already has the sheep, is just sit around here and try and block a villager if that boar is going to be brought in. But at the same time, came forward so early. Does he even have... Yeah, he doesn't even have his resources at home, Dave. So maybe he's just happy with the pig steal. And I'm wrong. Okay. MBO confirmed here, maybe, with this eagle just lingering.
Well, there are 2 boars out there. And eventually John the Fearless is going to have to go out for the boar. Can he lame the villager? And does he suspect that the eagle might be hanging around there?
John does not see the eagle, of course. The thing is, you just need 1 hit nowadays. So blocking there is so tough. And Admiral is going to think about it, and now Admiral's just passing. So yeah, that's fine. John's going to be okay here. And John's going to weaken the boar with the TC. 4 inside the TC. Era confirmed, and he's even here to even push in some deer, Dave. So I suppose, Admiral's just going to give up now. It's worth the effort, and we look towards Feudal.
Yeah, and Admiral still hasn't scouted his whole base, so there's 2 pigs at the back that he hasn't found, but he did take 2 from John the Fearless earlier, yep. So he's going to even out with his economy, and he'll probably find those fairly soon.
Yeah, it's natural to just come home now, maybe push in a deer and then scout. We'll see. The boar's going to come in just a second. But the thing about Bulgarians is they do get the man-at-arm upgrade for free. The thing about Aztecs is that they start with additional gold, which gives them a very potent man-at-arm opening. So we definitely are going to see man-at-arms. And the approach we saw from John the Fearless back when it was, I think, round 2, was John the Fearless just went for man-at-arms and full walls and a bunch of eco upgrades and farms.
Mm-hmm. And with Bulgarians, obviously your blacksmith techs cost less.
Yep.
So it's easier to upgrade your units and go for those snowbally sorts of pushes. The one thing I'm concerned about for John the Fearless is his base is really open at the front. And we know how he likes to play defensive. So he's going to have to figure out some way to lock down that gold and those berries.
Yep. Yeah, things to think about here. 4 inside the TC, 3 shots, weakening with the Vils. I really think the potential here is maybe even just a fast feudal man-at-arms, because you don't need to have the resources to get the man-at-arm upgrade, of course, when you're in the next stage. So maybe 21 pop. 1 pop faster can give John the Fearless an edge. And here's the barracks, and this is for a 22 population up to feudal age for Admiral, who did find his pigs and is also going to push in a deer, Dave. So he has a ton of resources.
I think you mean 21 pop, my friend.
Oh, yes, I do mean that. Thank you for correcting me. It's 21 for both, so maybe expecting that.
Exactly the same uptime for both of them.
Woo. Okay, now here's a question. How much do you think the players were paying attention to the games over the last day? Because they did have to play their semis yesterday. but they could have always gone through the VOD. They could have always watched the live stream. Do you think they were really looking out for what the opposition was doing?
I think you have to.
Yeah.
If you're at this level with this prize pool, this like the fame, the prestige that comes with winning a hidden cup, I think they'd be studying pretty hard who their opposition might be. And these builds right now are identical.
Yeah.
Except for the going out to gold, because John the Fearless doesn't really need to do that because Bulgarians get the free men-at-arm upgrade.
But the problem is you don't have an archer follow-up. So what he did previously was go for a greedy approach, and he's going to go for horse collar, which means his farms will last longer, and his wood upgrade. But he did it behind walls. I don't know if it's super realistic for him to do anything behind walls if the militia are already coming forward for Admiral. Then again, if he catches them out, Dave, he's going to get the upgrade instantly. That could be huge. Oh my god, this is so bad for Admiral. Surprise! Huge for John the Fearless and the power of Bulgarians.
This is when you need to run away. He got some good hits, but yeah, he's running back with only 2 now. The scout is still alive.
Oof. Dream scenario if you want to go for eco upgrades behind this as well, but we do see a range for John. So not quite the style he did in the past as the militia. I mean, at this point, you just skip the man-at-arms upgrade, I think. It's a good reaction from Admiral to not get the upgrade.
Well, you're not really going to get any value out of it, right?
Yeah.
Put the resources into something else. And he's even delayed building the archer range. He knows how important getting the walls down are. Don't let these men-at-arms in to wander around your economy.
John the Fearless gets an easy snipe there of that Eagle, too. So if you look at that KD, it is 2 for 0, and John the Fearless has had a lot of practice over the last few sets. I'm sure he's feeling really good about the start here, too. For the Admiral, this is a pretty rough one, right? Because how are you going to be able to counter the enemy? And also, the enemy's going to have some skirms out there, Dave.
Really great openings from both players. Really, really clean.
And that Scout did take a big hit, which hurts. But Scout's still out there, you know, and a live Scout is better than a dead Scout.
And
That's
look
my
at the
motto.
walls from John the Fearless already. He's going to be walled in like 20, 30 seconds. He's going to have a huge base here.
And a bit of first game nerves, perhaps. Admiral just got housed badly. Oh, no, wait a second. The house was going up. I lied. Okay, it's in there in the south. And the archer's out. And yeah, walls are already down, Dave. This is something we've seen so frequently. Did not go for the horse collar upgrade, but to be honest, it's not standard to go for horse collar. It was just that one time. But Dave, the Scout and the man-at-arms, is really going to get an archer pick off. It does! Right as we hit 60,000 viewers, everyone. That's crazy.
That is value that he should never have gotten with that army. Credit to John for keeping that alive, and that's a heads-up play picking that archer, but I think Admiral will be kicking himself for losing that unit for free.
Sure. Definitely, I'm with you there. One range investment, but if you're Admiral, you've got to be hesitant because when he was over there with the Eagle, he saw a range going up. And so you almost need to make archers if you're going to be aggressive, but the enemy might have skirms. I think the play here, Dave, is just honestly sit at home. Sit at home, macro your way to the next stage, because moving out could just put you further behind.
Look at what both players are doing right now. John the Fearless scouting with his starting scout, spread out his men-at-arms to explore the map, and Admiral has a spearman in the top. He knows he's probably not going to need it, and he also has a militia over on the left-hand side, just exploring the map, looking for the extra resources.
Yeah. And also just seeing, and look at that micro from John. He's like, nah, you can't catch me. But yeah, just seeing where the enemy's at too. Like that militia's sitting right on that archer range. And John only has one skirmisher in there. That is really sneaky. He's making Admiral think that he's investing in a lot, but in reality, that's not happening at all.
Well, with Bulgarians, like, are you really ever gonna overinvest in skirmishers? Maybe not, especially when you're fully walled, right? It does make you think about it, though.
Yeah, Scout goes down there. I think the way that John the Fearless is playing this is as he has played so many games in this tournament, is rely on macro and get away with as little as possible early. And I think he's going to try and just go up to maybe something like Knights in the next stage, Dave. But saying that, he is actually going to get fletching, which is discounted with Bulgarians, and he is going to push out with some skirms.
Okay, couple skirms in the archer range, another one on the way. And the archers for Admiral just staying at home. And he is still producing them, but he is making an extra eagle as well.
Okay. I think it's still
Badly
more than
housed.
likely that we could see double barracks or double range for Admiral. So he'll have to make some decisions when he's on his way to Castle Age. But similar uptimes, I think. Wheelbarrow will be in for John, so I think his farming eco will be looking good, and there's the stable behind all this.
Yeah, it feels kind of weird going for Eagles against Bulgarians, too. They
Yeah.
get the upgrades for free, right? It's such an easy counter switch if you want to go into some longswords.
And I think that's maybe why you pick Bulgarians, because it's good against the man-at-arm opening.
Yeah.
And then it makes them think twice about switching it to Eagles. So it's actually really, really fascinating to see that this choice has been so consistent here as Admiral is on the way up. So is John. No considerable losses, David. Just slight lead in, I'd say, control currently for John. But then again, there's an Eagle out there. His skirmishers can't deal with that.
Yeah, and his skirmishers aren't super scalable, right? He's going to be going into cavalry in the Castle Age. He did make the stable. He does have wheelbarrow, though, which the Aztec player does not have. So if you guys are wondering about the difference in villagers, the time it takes to research wheelbarrow is the difference right there.
Yep. Yeah, also some idle TC time for Admiral, which I did notice was a trend comparing Admiral to some other players. He does have some idle TC time, which is avoidable. Now, I think Admiral will know that the enemy's not committing to skirms because there's only 4 and there's not a single upgrade. He actually canceled fletching. So he runs away. But that means he could maybe get away with archer numbers, Dave. And he's just going to go 1 barracks, 1 archer range. He's not investing into too many buildings here. And the scout for John has to run away. And this will tell Admiral, though, to be careful. This will be all-in knights. Or not all-in knights, but it'll be all-about knights for John the Fearless.
I think you kind of already knew that coming into the game as soon as you see the Civ.
Yep.
It's just how do you respond to it, right? And he's chosen to keep his army at home. He's going to get it upgraded. What units does he go into in Castle Age? Is there a second ranger? Is he going super greedy? Or does he even potentially make some monks here?
You know, it would be interesting to see a greedy boomy player against John the Fearless because he's been a boomer himself in this tournament. But I like the approach here. This is map control, and I think maybe if John the Fearless felt like he knew who he was up against in the previous set, he thought the only way that he wins that best of 7 is by playing a bit greedy. Here, adding the second TC, going 2 stable knights with the Siege Workshop. So plenty of map control choices for the Fearless.
Yeah, and second TC from Admiral. He's walling up, still only 1 range.
Weird, right? It's a little, I mean, it's just both players have shown that they're good with booming, so I mean, why not? That villager running out there, though, makes me think he wants to do something else.
I mean, if you could get a forward going with monks and siege against Bulgarians, it feels like it might be okay, but it's just about getting that position in the first place and not getting flooded by knights.
Well, that's what I'm surprised by, the fact that we don't have a monastery. Also, these farms for Admiral. Interesting. Okay. Gonna reseed some of these, get those upgrades in. Does have Bodkin. It's not really doing a lot to take the map in game 1.
5 villagers queued in 1 TC, none in the other.
Gotta be some nerves here, Dave. As we see a third
Yes.
TC. Gotta be some nerves, right? You're you've gotta warm up sometimes, and I think the unfortunate thing is the situation for John does seem stronger. He's got the knights out there and he's got the siege. But if the crossbows find the wood line, this is very bold to move forward with very little at home.
That tree is about to be fully chopped through.
Is it? What's it at? I can't see it with Capture Age.
It's at 6.
I can't capture it. Okay, it's there. It's at 6 wood, which means the timing could be right for the crossbows to run in then. What's it at now?
There's nothing. It's at nothing. It's not there. There's a hole.
John the Fearless is fighting on the front. The crossbows arrive. If the crossbows are clicked past, they're going to run right in, Dave. How unfortunate. Oh, my word.
Holes are the reason for losses in finals, which makes me sad, but it is part of the game. He's forced to come back with all his army to address this, and he's pushed completely off that golden, off that wood line.
And honestly, the crossbows are probably dead, right? Because, I mean, soon. Admiral saw the situation. He saw the knights on the front, so he figures, well, these things are dead meat. Let's get as many kills and just boom while this is happening. And look at the scrambling for John the Fearless. Oh, man. Dave, and this TC also has Vil picks
Yeah.
available.
Yeah, it feels really bad. He was forced to go for that. I think if Admiral sees this TC, just get as many villager kills as you can.
Well, it's good job from John to pull villagers away, and he got 2 more, Dave. So you're looking at 5 eco kills versus 0. And it's not just that, but it's also the villagers you had to pull from resources. It's the idle time.
Yeah, and that all stems from the fact that there was one overchop in that wood line.
Sure.
The entire game plan changes here for John. Now he's not the one putting pressure on the Aztecs. He's the one getting pressure put on him, and that was a huge shot.
2 huge shots. Like, people have been speculating that Admiral is the Viper. And some other big names. But the micro from Admiral, it hasn't excited me much throughout this Hidden Cup. I'll be honest with you, Dave. It's the decision-making that's been great. And that split was, it just didn't really do much for him there. But does have an eco lead and is going to tech switch with more barracks coming out now.
He also has some monks picking up the relics, so he's thinking about the late game. Wheelbarrow just coming in for him now. Villager difference, it's about 5 or 6, so it's looking pretty good for Admiral.
I think you go pikeman with, obviously continue to get relics with monks and whatnot too, but I think going pikeman and then just making sure you can always add in crossbows if the enemy goes long swords is the play here.
Is John going to find that monk? No, he turns away, so the monk is going to make it back with the relic.
And you've got a spearman attacking a Maginot in the middle. What the? Like, how random is that? That is ridiculous. And look at the scouting from Admiral. Oh my god.
The scouting is actually insane from him. The spearman coming in clutch, the extra eagle he made on the way to the feudal age, and I think he's actually going to find this TC over on the right-hand side from John. 4th TC for John.
Can't too much about that. I think it's a good decision from John. And that's the thing with Admiral, as I just haven't seen a lot of speed, as we see the viewers here saying it. It must be Viper, because Viper's the only one who knows to scout the map in Age of Empires. Why no pikemen yet, Dave? Why no eagles? Why is it just small military numbers for Admiral and sneaking armies? It's an interesting style.
Well, I mean, he is getting the relics. He probably knows he was up to 3 TCs faster.
Yeah.
And he knows he did all that damage with the crossbows, right? So
very true.
I guess he feels like he can afford to be greedy in this situation.
Instantly clicks pikeman. Instantly starts queuing more. Probably should get some blacksmith upgrades. The logic that I'm using here is, if you get ahead, stay ahead. If you get ahead, start making military. And don't kill your own knights here, John the Fearless. There will be 3 relics in a second for Admiral, who I said in the first semi has collected more relics than any player, I think. Really prioritizes the map control, and it makes you think that this is a player who's not really of that new generation, Dave. Someone who's been around and a well-known name.
Mm-hmm. And I love the fact he's got that crossbow army to the left of John's base.
It is really crazy how he's got the eagle on the goal. Is this Doubt? I genuinely thinking this could actually... It could be Doubt or Jordan right here in the red.
Could be Doubt. Could be Jordan. Could be
Could
Yo
be
as well.
Dogao. Could be Yo.
Could be Dogao.
Yeah, a lot of big names. But barracks number 2 is about to go down. And John the Fearless has recovered with the Vil count. And insane amounts on food. And this brings me back to my point from a moment ago. Where's the military, Admiral?
Well, Admiral's building up pikemen, and he does have 4 monks. If he gets 3 or 4 conversions and then waits until he has enough pikemen to send in, he could potentially take this. Plus, he has that crossbow army on the left side of John the Fearless's base. So if John the Fearless is not paying attention, he could bust through those walls, potentially do some more damage there.
Oh, man. All the siege needs to back away because of the monks. Tower of Aztecs. And look at those resources for Admiral. He says, all right, I'm good. Let's go up towards the Imperial Age. And you see a relic collected by John, but it is 3 relics to what will be 1, I suppose.
So many moving parts in this game so far. Like little groups of armies everywhere. The scouting for them is insane. Like even those skirmishers getting value on the right-hand side for John the Fearless. And now he's looking for the army from Admiral because it was attacking that house at some point.
Yeah, he's looking for it. And he's going to find it, Dave, and he's also going to find the Imperial Age. Admiral must be missing a second building or something, because those resources are sky high, and we still don't see Imperial Age. There it is. So what do you go for here? Do you continue to go with pikemen against Bulgarians who can just go for two-handed swordsmen? Rip to the crossbows.
Yeah, it feels weird with Aztecs, right? Like, what is your answer? I guess he's giving us an answer here, and he's going supplies. He's going to go into Aztec champions.
I honestly love it because
Yep.
if you go into pikes, it gets countered. If you go into pike and champions will be stronger than just two-handed swordsmen from Bulgarians. So it's really good foresight here and probably preparation from Admiral to know that this is what John likes to do.
That box formation on the siege.
Yeah, I know, right? I know, it's crazy. Also, the Eagle is attacking Vils in this TC. That will be TC number 5, by the way, for John. And we know that John doesn't go away quietly in games.
Quick walls.
Woo! Tasty stuff here, Dave. But there's still some moments here, possibly, for John to delay a push out from Admiral. All relics collected at this point. The Knights need to run away, and they do. It is 140 pop for both. How fitting for the first game of a final.
Yeah, and it looks like, oh man, John the Fearless teching into longswords here, and he's producing them, but how do Bulgarian champions fare up against Aztec champions? Feel like the Aztecs have the advantage there, right?
I would have loved to have seen Jaguar Warrior. I think because you have to get the castles.
I think you get that eventually. You
Maybe.
start with champions because you have the production, and then as soon as you get the castles across the map, and if your opponent is still going into infantry, that's when you tech into Jaguars.
So,
I don't think you can open with that.
So the thing about Bulgarians is they don't get champion, but with Bagains, they have, I think, 8 melee armor.
Yeah.
And the armor is really unique to them. To the point where I've seen Bagain two-handed swordsmen winning against enemy champions and even with things like Wold Raiders with Celts. So it isn't just, a simple thing here where you can say, oh, champion beats two-handed swordsman. It's very awkward. And big moment here. It's such an awkward army comp for Admiral as he's going immediately for Garland Wards. He needs to get conversions here, Dave.
And I think he might get them. He does have Sanctity. Aztec monks.
Two-handed swordsman was instant. The monks go down, and the two-handed swordsman will fight the pikeman any day of the week here. That's not an awful fight at all for John the Fearless, as he has double the KD. And another moment in this game where you see the instant infantry upgrades really paying off for Bulgarians.
Yep, and Garland Wars coming through right away for Admiral as well. So he's going to get that +4 on his infantry attack. And now we got a kind of stalemate in the middle here, but John the Fearless with the 5 TCs, he's up at 140 villagers.
Get crazy. Watch that farm count for John. 60's nothing. You see Bagains coming in, so the two-handed swordsman will be strong. Now, I think I've just figured out a slight flaw in the game planning for Admiral. Admiral's thinking, let's get the relics and we'll be okay. Look at John the Fearless and how he's paying attention to the sides of the map, Dave. He's got the outpost on the right, and I could definitely see this being problematic for Admiral if he doesn't snowball a push, because John has expanded so much with castles and TCs in the flanks of his eco.
Yeah, especially if he builds some production buildings over there and gets some raids in potentially. He's got to be worried about these Scorpions right now. Needs that champion upgrade before he can engage here.
Garland Wars was so expensive, he can't afford it right now. That's the problem. And it's giving John the Fearless quite a long time here to be able to switch into what we know he loves, Hussar. Let's see how this goes. Extra attack for the two-handed swordsman from the Admiral. And you see this fight, and I think this is more than fine for John the Fearless. But Gaines is sick!
Yeah, but Gaines is doing some serious damage here. With the Scorpions behind especially, but Admiral has the reinforcements closer. He's going to go for a second castle in that middle area. Still not getting champion upgrade, though.
Doesn't have the food floating right now, Dave. Comes back to Garland Wars. And getting that tech, prioritizing that. I'm not even sure if champion without Garland Wars would be doing better here. That's how good the Bulgarian two-handed swordsmen are. And it's looking good for John the Fearless to maybe just switch aside. You see a knight over here on the stone. So he's paying attention to the other areas too. What a great response from him, because the crossbows getting into the wood line, that normally would end a game, I'd say.
Okay, castle is up. The two-handed swordsmen have to leave from John the Fearless. And castle on the left-hand side now from Admiral.
Okay. I like that one, and I'd like to see some military go over to the right. But Dave, you're seeing villagers go out there. The knight from before is still attacking, and there's also two-handed swordsman and a Krepos drop from John the Fearless. He's really protecting that area.
There's the champion upgrade finally coming through for Admiral. Credit to Admiral for getting all the attack upgrades first on the champions.
Yeah.
Usually what you do is you get the armor upgrade first for melee units, but when your opponent has a tech like Bagane's, that'll give you +5 armor, getting the attack is really, really important.
So I believe, again, having never seen Aztec champions with full upgrades against the two-handed swordsman, the champions should wreck. And so I think the problem for Admiral is simply just the lack of map control. As you see another Krepos on this side. So 3 out of the 4 corners controlled by John. But he's got some reason to fear here, Dave. He runs over to the Krepos, and what great timing on that.
I don't think he has to be too scared of the Krepos. I mean, it's only doing 7 damage,
True,
right?
true. Good point. The Hussars are out. And the champions are doing really well. Oh my goodness, what a big difference there.
But look on the right-hand side. There's a castle coming up from John the Fearless. You were saying before, this is risky for Admiral to let this happen over here.
Yep.
And John the Fearless has taken complete control over that side of the map. He's got Hussars looking for a way in. The production buildings in the middle are insane. And there's another wave of military coming right through the middle here.
And that's the problem. Only 3 on gold for Admiral right now. That 4-tile gold, he needs that right now. If it's just pikemen, we know how pikemen are going to do against the two-handed swordsman. And also, with the other unique tech, the Hussars do attack faster for the Bulgarians. So considering the Hussars don't cost gold, I think that's a reasonable fight for John the Fearless to be taking, but he's going to end up running away. Maybe just needed to get a feel for it just like us, because this is something that's unique here. 170 pop for both, Dave.
As long as John is keeping him busy in the middle here and controlling those golds, he'll be fine with that. Because right now, Admiral is only taking gold, I believe, in the left corner and his relics.
Yeah, actually, it's funny. He took all that neutral gold, but the 4-tile golds are still exposed. The middle one and then this one over here. Which
okay, now he's coming forward for it.
John needs to hold on to that, Dave. And the best thing you can do if you're Admiral is just try and take out those production buildings. It really sucks to be so reactive, and that's unfortunately where he's at with John's positioning.
Feels like those relics he got earlier are kind of keeping him in the game until he can get access to gold again. The one in the middle is so risky. You see the two-handed swordsman coming in again, wiping up those villagers.
Dude, these two-handed swordsmen are sick.
The macro for John is insane.
Yeah.
Insane behind this.
60 farms for both, actually. It's just that two-handed swordsmen and hussars do not cost a lot of gold. So, whereas I guess champions also doesn't cost a lot of gold, to be real, but it does feel like maybe there's a worry in Admiral's mind that he can't be taking fights, and he did invest a lot more to get these units out. My word.
I'd love to see some trebs, and it looks like he's making a couple of them to go after that castle on the right. There's 2 trebs there from John the Fearless. Sorry, 3 trebs there from John the Fearless.
Yep.
Up on a hill on that position. So he's going to start pushing. Now Admiral has to kind of deal with that before he pushes into his main economy.
150 pop for Admiral, but if this game is going to last longer, he's just going to run out of space and run out of gold, Dave. And I'm really failing to see a way back unless he deals with the right-hand side. We're even seeing some Conics there.
Yeah, Conics just wants some extra units on the field. He's got a Krepos, he's got a castle over there, so why not? The trebs from Admiral are so exposed.
Yeah. Oh no, what are you doing, dude? Oh no, I don't think he's reacted to it. Why did they go there? Maybe some weird glitch or some misclicks from him, but the cleanup in the middle was decent at the start for Admiral, who really still needs that gold.
Yeah, I think John knows that he'll never be able to win a straight-up fight against the main army from Admiral. He just needs to keep it busy and start picking away at the sides, and that's what he's doing over here at the right.
Yeah, and you need to force a straight-up fight if you're Admiral. 170 pop versus 190 now. Good engagements when the champions fight against the two-handed swordsman in numbers. But this is a problem. When the side of your base is exposed and John the Fearless is in town, John the Fearless is going to see this as an invitation to send hussars there to kill every farmer. It's like,
absolutely fearless, this guy.
It's like John the Fearless loves farms so much that he then makes a unit to take other people off of farms. He doesn't even want you to have farms, Dave.
Look at the production queue difference. 11 villagers queued up in every TC for Admiral, and then you look over at John the Fearless, and he's got military queued up everywhere.
Yeah, this is not so good, is it? This fight seems good for Admiral, but it's one of many, which just seems like it's going to be good for a time as the Hussars now storm this gold yet again. The population's high for Admiral Dave, but I think he doesn't have a way out right now.
Yep.
What a
this
sick
game is
choice.
showing that KD doesn't mean everything.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, also just, I'm so impressed as we have a Krepos drop. The confidence. The Krepos drop here on the right side, it's just so well thought out to prep Bulgarians against Aztecs. Because the more I look at this, you think about the amount of gold that Admirals had to invest in these attacks, it's not doing an awful lot.
It seems like a hard counter at this point.
Yeah,
like,
seriously.
Crazy. Just crazy. You're forcing the Aztec player into one thing, because that's the only thing that counters your Civ, and then you just engage with the champions with your own two-handed swordsman and raid from the side.
John the Fearless has had a crazy journey. John the Fearless wins this game with some confidence, Dave. And that is twice now. He's used Bulgarians throughout this tournament to counter Aztecs in a game 1. It is a best of 7. We will have a lot of games. And if there's one thing I know about John the Fearless, he's not too great on islands. And Admiral Yisun is. So I think this next game is really going to be telling as to how competitive this final will be. That first home map pick is, by his own admission, if we have the player right, that is, not so good for John the Fearless.
142 villagers there from John the Fearless, and I think he had 140 villagers at like minute 34 or something.
Sure. Yep.
Something ridiculous. While having military pressure as well. And after those crossbow raids.
Crazy start, and a start of many crazy games. My expectation here is that we will see islands. This is live now, so we don't have in-game chat. Thank you, Microsoft, by the way. But we have a countdown on each game, Dave, and apparently they've launched the next one, but we have a countdown, so I will let the viewers know what the map is. It's got to be islands, right? You know what the title of the game was, viewers? Game. Literally just game. It's not like Hidden Cup 4 Finals, Game 2. They didn't even title it anything crazy. It's just game. G-A-M-E, lowercase game. Portuguese against what? Did you see this?
I did, yes, and I'm as confused as you are.
Okay.
At least he'll know where his opponent's island is.
The viewers could probably guess. John the Fearless has picked Vietnamese for islands, and they do not really have any strong water bonuses. But I guess he didn't want to go Vikings on water because Vikings versus Portuguese could be a tough matchup.
Mm-hmm. When you think about Vietnamese, like it's not a terrible water civ because you're saving on the eco upgrades, but like it's not great either.
Yeah. My word. You know, if it is Hera told me that he didn't like islands and he would just full send it on islands. So if you have Vietnamese and you know where the enemy town centers are as their bonus, why not just land here?
I mean, that's true. You can land far away from the TC, so your opponent's not likely to find you.
Yeah. Don't know anything else about their base, but it's just a thought. We have 2 minutes, viewers. Thank you to all the new Twitch Primes. Getting near the last opportunity to sub the channel, which goes towards the prize pool, which is updating at the bottom of your screens, everyone. So thank you. Tom Snuffles with 1,000 bits, Dave, just said, Barles is so OP, man. Let's go, Barles.
Let's go, Barles. Imagine if this was Barles. Oh, my God.
If this...
all, like, 50,000 people are going to have to line up at his door to apologize.
Yeah.
Literally.
He'll be like, don't apologize. I'm doing well in Hidden Cup 4. Who cares? But, you know, I'm feeling good right now. We have a crazy viewer count. We've broken some crazy records. The hype continues. The finals are looking good. And you know what? I'm still a healthy amount of viewers away from losing my hair. So this has just been a win for me so far, everybody. Woo! Good thing we didn't make a 60K bet. That'd be rough.
So do you have to shave like half of it for 60K?
No, that's even worse than shaving my whole head.
Oh, okay.
No, that would be horrible. That was not previously established. Viewers are going to say yes. Get out of here.
You're
Right?
calling my haircut horrible right now?
If you would have made this joke earlier, I would have been able to have a witty comeback, but I'm tired. So we're just gonna move on. All right?
Okay.
We're just gonna move on.
All right, 50 seconds left in the countdown. Portuguese against Vietnamese on islands. There's nothing I like watching better than just like a YOLO Islands landing.
Yeah.
They create the craziest games.
And in this case, it's somewhat expected. So I think Admiral might take a different approach. Instead of trying to win water, expect the landing, maybe invite that pressure in some way, shape, or form. Thank you, the Fromm. Thank you, Crike. Thank you, Spoon. Thank you, Ogmios. 20 seconds. We might see some archer ranges on some islands for all the memers here, but what if John the Fearless just goes for some crazy mind game and tries to win water? Admiral's got outposts all over his island and then can't find anything.
You could definitely do that. Definitely. There's so many mind games with 1v1 islands.
That'd be sick. I mean, that would be so fun, so unreal, especially in a final. Okay, so reminder, we do not know who these players are. We have an idea. I think for John the Fearless especially, we all feel strongly about this situation. But for Admiral, whoever he is, he's been an amazing player and, again, has gone for the teal, which I will always switch to the red from here on out. Portuguese, notorious for being one of the best water civilizations, Dave, while they do have other bonuses. It's all about lasting on islands and using caravels and fires and demos, things like that. But Vietnamese, first time I've ever seen them picked in a hidden cup on islands. So we kind of know something weird's going to happen here.
You know, and if you know the layout of your own island, Tristan, and you know the TC spot of your enemy's island, you can kind of guess where their dock is going to be. Because the islands are usually pretty mirrored. Like if one is at the bottom, the other one's going to be like horizontally placed at the top, right?
Okay, listen, I'm not saying that whoever John the Fearless is dumb, but there's no way they think about it that much, right? I mean, you might know where, if it's front dock, I guess I could see what you're saying. Yeah, if it's front dock, you kind of have an idea that maybe it would be around here and you can avoid it later on.
It's just whether you read, are they going for the back dock? Are they going for the front dock? Or are they going for the side, right? So I guess you get a good idea of where it might be, but you don't know with 100% certainty.
Okay. So I think as far as the games tend to go here at this level, especially because Admiral has not lost an Islands game yet, I think Admiral's going to want a win here and need a win here, you could argue, because John has been really good on the land maps. Do you think we're seeing a back dock or a side dock, or what are your thoughts on if you transport and you're not going to go for water control?
For John the Fearless, I feel like you might be able to get away with a front dock here, but probably feels better to go back dock if you're transporting, right?
Okay.
Because you're going to create fish along with it. He's taking some hits from that boar.
Yeah, I got a little worried there. Okay, boar's going to be brought in. And right underneath the TC it is. Easy peasy. And I see a villager heading towards the north, Dave. So it's more of a side dock.
Yeah, and for Admiral, villager heading towards the middle, so he's going to go full front dock.
Okay. Now, my speculation on the landing incoming, I think one thing that's very important if you sense or know that the enemy is landing you is as adding fishing ships. So I think Admiral's position is, if you see the landing, defend from it, but then immediately just add fishing ships. Because if the enemy isn't committing to water, you can gain eco that way.
Okay, John the Fearless going for that side area. It's a lot of fish over there, and it's not too far from Admiral's Island. If he makes the transport ship, should be able to make it over.
To your point, though, you're exactly right, because now he knows he's a bit further away from trouble. So I really like that point. But I think it'd be rather tough to know like where exactly the dock's going to be, depending on the shape of the island. Also, I guess it depends on the TC position on the island itself. Like this area here, which you can't see, Dave, but viewers, that could all be water. You never know. But the golds are situated in an area for Admiral where if he does get landed, he's going to have gold on either side. It'd probably be more towards the north if we see a landing. 5 on wood for John the Fearless. I'm no stranger to the landing build, so I think pretty soon we'd actually need to see a 6th on wood if you're going to time the transport. Because this is good for fishing ships, but then a transport is 125 wood. So we'll
Transport
see if that
timing
happens.
it's always weird, right? I always find, I'm no pro player, but I always find I'm like 30 seconds late with getting to the enemy island. It's so hard to judge, and a lot of it also depends on your fish situation. Like, how far does your villager have to walk to make the dock? Like, how far away are your fish from your dock? The uptimes vary.
All right, Admiral. Neither player using their boars to weaken the using the TC to weaken the boar, excuse me. So the scouts are on full HP. You have to believe that Admiral is probably expecting some type of a landing. And we have seen loom for John the Fearless, which might indicate that a transport could come out, but doesn't have the wood for it yet. Second lumber camp. This doesn't look like a transport build. This looks like a water play.
And both players are up at exactly the same time. So it very well could be.
Do you think that maybe in John's mind, he didn't want to waste Vikings here and lose it? He wants to save Vikings for land because he feels he's so capable there?
Maybe. Maybe he's banking on the mind games. Like Admiral thinking, oh, Vietnamese, he's definitely going to land me.
Yeah.
Also important to note that John hasn't found 2 of his pigs, which will hurt. Yep.
Ow. I guess he pushed in some of his deer, but like... he sees them. Okay, he knows they're over there. He just hasn't... He scouted it with a pig, I guess.
Okay, so he'll send the villager over there at some point. He doesn't need him right away. It just helps when you're making that transition into Castle Age.
Yeah, okay. We've got 2 docks here for John the Fearless. 2 docks for Admiral, and this is what we've come to expect from islands. And this is a map where Admiral has destroyed every player he has been against. And we actually see loom right after Feudal Age from Admiral. So yeah, he's definitely expecting some type of pressure on land. He doesn't see anything yet.
Loom and Town Watch. So look at what this Civ selection from John has forced him into.
Yeah. Oh no, don't kill the pig there. Oh god. Look, he's even making outposts around. He is really paranoid. This is honestly amazing. I mean, if you think about the idle time alone.
Yep.
And then
and now John's going to go into galleys. So by the time he realizes he's going to have made all this stuff on land, a couple fire ships of his own, and then he's going to be up against massed galleys.
So John the Fearless is basically using everything that he had said when casting with me, saying that he sucks on islands, and then the Civ pick to maybe mind game Admiral into thinking a landing's coming. And it's not coming, people. Not yet, anyways. 2 villagers not working and just outposts everywhere.
Okay, don't go too close to that outpost to give him an indication of what you're doing. He does see it, but does he notice it? Blue kind of blends in with the watercolor a little bit.
I think both players have probably put on team colors here, Dave. I think
true.
I think both players are playing as blue, so they could probably see the enemy here on the mini map. And yes, the fire ships do swoop in here. And the galleys have not found really any benefit here, even missing out on this villager. And I guess kind of works against John the Fearless there, because Admiral has loom because he was expecting landing, so that villager survives.
Yeah, I'm thinking if you're going galleys, why not build them up a little bit before heading out? Stay at home, build your numbers, and then you can win the fights pretty convincingly once you have 8 or 9 of them.
I think the truth is that John the Fearless just doesn't really like islands and is just sending it. So here you've got fletching about to be in, and truthfully, a galley opening does really suit John. And we know that John's good economically, which is important on islands because you need to up the castle age fast. But galley coming out of this dock, and still some fires for Admiral.
Yeah, slipping up a little bit with the control as well. The fire getting a bunch of hits at the bottom, and it's struggling against this one fire at his docks too. We see the early advantage that fires have against galleys, but we're about to see the advantage galleys have against fires once he gets a few more.
Yeah, I'm wondering if switching into that galley is the right move. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but it's always interesting because fires are good at the opening, but if you try and catch up in the galley numbers, it's almost not possible, Dave. But wow, look at that. Admiral has made a market already and already sold stone, but he can't sell 200 stone because he made the outposts. So he can't actually get the full use of the market to try and up to the next stage just because of the paranoia earlier.
He's getting his fire ships wiped up at the docks, and I've noticed John the Fearless getting housed quite a bit. So
Okay.
maybe, like you said, maybe not the most comfortable islands player. Kind of underestimating the production speed of galleys here.
Yeah, that's a good point. It is so fast. And you can see the strategy now for Admiral. Admiral is going to sit back here, Dave, and just wait till Castle Age. But the problem is he doesn't have many numbers on water, and I could see full water being lost in the next couple minutes here. Still doesn't have the resources. This is crucial time. And John is pushing forward.
John has the numbers advantage for sure. Admiral's going to be... He's got to be pretty creative with how he takes these fights. There's opportunities for flanks here, but just doesn't have the fire ship numbers to get it done as of yet.
Yeah, he's got to keep his galley numbers alive now. I suppose the fires aren't hugely effective. They're just a distraction.
Well, I'd like to see him keep all those fires alive, to be honest, because that's a bigger power scale when you get the war galley upgrade.
Yeah.
Assuming you're first to Castle Age. I think the keeping those alive is pretty important at this stage, but he's going to lose all three of them.
His fishing ships did go idle, but they are working. For John the Fearless, this is not the best macro to get up to the next stage. To also have to sell all your stone, to have such a poor time, I think, it just shows just not experience with the build orders here.
I don't know, because Admiral is just now getting fletching, right? So he didn't have to invest in that. So that might be the difference in the age up times.
Now, I'd like to see the war galley upgrade, so it's war galleys with fletching, but then I'd like to see a few caravels for Portuguese. Caravels are fantastic against mass galleys, and so that's the concern here for John. He almost needs to be thinking about either having more numbers at all times, which he's working on, and he'll help himself here, taking out that dock, or mixing in fires at this point.
And also, where are you going to build your other docks? You need more. You're going to lose one at the front. And
Is he just going to boom, Dave? Because look, he's got 200 stone again. Just boom on land, maybe?
maybe. Then you're giving up the whole shoreline to him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, with the resources I'm seeing here and horsepower, I could definitely see some type of a 3 TC boom. I mean, you're losing fishing ships now, but it just, I'm with you. It's a little weird to give up water on your home map. Certainly not a good sign, especially against Vietnamese.
Okay, there's one TC, and there's the third one.
Wow. So, funnily enough, this is actually the time where John could land something, because he'll have full water control on the front. And I think Admiral's just going to try and snipe fishing ships with these 5 galleys. Here comes Admiral, swooping in here.
John's suspecting that something might be up to. He's coming back to his docks. He had galleys patrolling there, but Admiral comes at an unexpected angle.
Yeah, just unfortunate for John. He was very close to seeing some of that. But he just loses a fishing ship, Dave, and it's so easy for him to add more here. But this is where it gets weird, because John is going to see that this is not upgraded. Not even Bod Canero is in. And now John's probably like, oh, great. I tried to go YOLO on water and not boom for once. And now you're booming? Like, what is this nonsense? He probably is really upset.
Yep, this is a Fitoria game. That's what he's thinking right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, by the way, to the people who are really upset that you couldn't see this, just so you can see it, I'm going to zoom in here and show you the high-def graphics that the Definitive Edition offers, all right? So here you go. It's a fire ship. It's beached, all right? It's stuck in the sand. I'm sorry, but I sometimes miss the important things. Not even making a single caravel. So I guess the strat here, and you even see the stone income, Dave, is boom, give up water, castle a shoreline, start to re-add docks, and then win the game with greater economy, and I'm thinking caravels.
And John the Fearless is also thinking caravels. He's added fire ships in here.
Okay.
He's thinking there's docks somewhere around.
Do you know if Vietnamese get fast fire ship? Because I have no clue.
I'm gonna say yes, but I need to double check.
I have no clue. They don't have fast fire
They do
ship?
not. They do not. They don't.
Oh,
They
well.
have elite cannon galleon, but no fast fire.
Well, this is amazing strategy then as Portuguese, I think. Because if you just go into Elite Caravel, if the enemy doesn't get fire ship or fast fire ship and imp, you're in big trouble. So I think John needs to make something happen here.
And John is gonna make something happen. He's going for a transport ship.
By the way, since this is live, it would be so like a pro player that I won't name to pause in a second and check the tech tree. Like, wait a second, do I have fast fire? You know? Do I have fast fire? Because my guess is John the Fearless might not even know. Here comes that transport. But I like the idea here. Wind water, you can even add fishing ships now, which is not really happening. And you see scale barding already, so it will probably be a stable over here.
Yeah, Vietnamese don't even get shipwright.
It's a trash water civ, I think, compared to other civilizations. So
Tell that to the guy who's surrounding the Portuguese player right now, Tristan.
seriously. Yeah, I like the thought process here was to prep the monastery if knights were to come over. So you see that. I love the control from John the Fearless. And again, it's such a crazy road to get here and probably knocked out so many big names, and we'll find out when that reveal comes in. But if you were to win against the Admiral of all people on water with Vietnamese, heavy favorite, I'd say, to win this final. And a barracks? What? Okay, so he didn't make the barracks at home, I guess. He needs to wait to make the stable. That's not the biggest surprise ever. But then again, it's not spotted. How is that not seen? Huh.
He has town watch and he had all that stuff and he can't find it. His scout is just hanging out there too. I think the next ones are going to be found though.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, and he's adding the university now, which would be his second building to advance to the next age. Admiral is about to have the stone to build the castle. Is there a certain spot you'd like to see this, Dave?
Probably right near the production buildings, right? Okay, there it is. There it is.
He doesn't know, though. Oh, he does see it now. Oh, and it's actually funny. The reason he saw that is, I believe, because the galley is close. No, it's just because of Town Watch. Never mind.
Mm-hmm.
But if that castle goes up, it doesn't necessarily mean you can easily dock. So
No, but it stalls out the push, right?
Yeah.
It kills the momentum that John could have from those stables and the barracks there. Also going to kill or damage any units coming out of those buildings. So I think it's a nice first castle.
It just this landing feels so underwhelming, you know? He gets the buildings up, and then he's got to make another one. And now he can't really push because there's monks, and the enemy's on the way to imp. And this is the prime position for Admiral, really showing his experience. What is that? What is this micro? Did you see that? John, get out of here.
Well, he did get out of there. And
He
didn't
did.
get hit either.
Yeah.
He didn't get hit.
It's one of those things that didn't even need to happen, and yet happened anyways, right? But we're not seeing docks come up just yet for Admiral. It needs to happen, I'd say, Dave, sooner rather than later. Do you think we see a Victoria first thing in imp? It's 250 stone, 250 gold. He is still heavy on stone.
I think so, especially since his island is really favorable where the resources are placed, so he can still, you know, take resources without being hit by the war galleys.
Okay.
So I think Vittoria is probably a good play here.
You know, he lost his blacksmith to the galleys on the back, so he has to remake that. And he's actually going into a tower, which I suppose is for, like, guard tower. But now the knight's in here. I mean, this is pressure from John the Fearless. He's giving himself some real opportunities here as he's attacking the tower foundation and not units.
Organ guns are going to be pretty solid in defense, especially since there's a few monks
Yeah.
mixed in here. The knight is probably going to go down.
It does, yes. In fact, it might have been deleted there. I wasn't paying too close attention to it because I want to see if we are going to see docks. And, okay, docks on the back side, something that John the Fearless was not able to lock down, and John the Fearless is getting husbandry. Did he really just research husbandry?
Why do you need extra speed to run around this tiny little area?
You die faster, of course. You just die faster when you run into the enemy castle. He just loves horses, man. He doesn't like water maps. He wants to have fast units.
Okay, so now the Portuguese player is an Imperial age, way before the Vietnamese guy. He has a bigger economy, and he's going to push the landing off. So if you're in the John the Fearless's position, what do you do now? Do you try and secure the middle islands? Do you double down on Navy? Like, what's the play in this position?
I think you say, thank God I didn't pick Vikings here. That's the first thing. Because Vikings is a great land civilization. And if you look like a fish out of water on islands, then sometimes you're really happy that you still have Vikings built. But as this knight is denying this castle, dude, I'm not very impressed with Admiral and taking advantage of his positions here.
Yeah, and he's not even getting any dock upgrades. He's not producing from the docks.
No, he's not.
Back.
This is really slow.
What is going on here? The knight has killed so many villagers over there. The castle will go up now that the organ guns are here, but sloppy stuff.
And it's giving John time to take down these docks. Like, we're still not seeing production here. What is there a hotkey issue? I genuinely think there's a Caravel hotkey not working or something.
Something. I mean, what is he doing? He's researching Galleon now?
Right, Dave? I mean, the landing has paid off. Did we think it should have? I don't think so. At least we don't think it should have delayed to this extent, but it has. And perhaps after watching that insane John the Fearless and Evalio set, our standards are very, very high for some of these small little details in our game. But to answer your question, I think you get the relic in the middle, you build a castle in the middle, and you try and drag this game out. But the problem is, it's hard to drag the game out when you're behind economically and against Portuguese. So it still should be an uphill battle for John in many ways. Dave, he's not producing.
He's not doing anything. He's got one treb.
What? Why is he... I don't
The organ guns can't attack. Like, they're being cut off by the knights.
I think his hotkeys aren't working, and he doesn't realize. Why does he not have production here? I'm really confused.
Well, he was saving up for the Vittoria. The first Vittoria is going to go down in the middle of his base, and more docks are coming up on the side. Finally, careening is coming in. He was making a galleon for a second. He's getting Carrick now.
Okay, so, I mean, he's getting the crucial upgrades, which is good. He has the docks, which is good. There we go! PogChamps in chat, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to have galleons. I am rather surprised it's not caravels. I think caravels would be stronger, but galleons still better than war galleys. And Fetorius, very strong if you do want to last long on islands, and we will have 2 of them for the Admiral.
I mean, maybe he thinks, like we did, that Vietnamese get fast fire.
Yeah,
So he's not going into caravels. It's not really a civ you see very often on water maps,
He's
right?
like, you know, this guy would never pick Vietnamese if they didn't have fast fire. That's probably going through his mind.
Oh,
But
panic houses too. Yeah, players always misjudge how many houses you need to build those Vittorias.
people said to stop clicking the docks. I'm sorry, I just can't help it. There's too many here. And John the Fearless, Dave, 36 military against 16. John the Fearless has showed up. You've got a castle in the middle. You've got a castle on the left side, castling the crucial areas. He really is going to give it his best effort here to win this with Vietnamese. And if it's Galleon v. Galleon, I think that Vietnamese, with this opportunity, could have a chance.
God, it felt like Admiral just had a 10-minute window there, which he did nothing with.
Yeah. I mean, some things happened. He made Fetorias, but they take up 20 population space. And they give you a trickle of res, but it does mean you don't have as much pop to get into water. So let's see what happens now. Not having fast fire is a pretty big deal in this matchup. But there are some question marks over Admiral, and it makes you think again, like John the Fearless is looking this hot on a map where he feels out of place, as it might have a little bit of a surround here. Who knows what's going to happen in this series. This will end up being pretty 50-50, but John the Fearless will take 50-50 for now.
Yeah, and Admiral's got closer production here, so he should win out in the end.
Yeah, should. The castle spots are even really not helping now, right? If you look at the castle spot for John the Fearless, it's on the shoreline. But, okay, Twitch chat. Give me a 1 if you think it's good. Give me a 2 if you think it's bad. The Vittorias, making 2 of them here. What are your thoughts? I think 2 is a little early here, Dave. I think that you're really going to want the pop space, and that making 2 this early could make you suffer when it comes to production.
I think 2 is fine. 3 is overkill.
Okay. 3 is definitely overkill. We can agree there. And John sees them. Now, these things have the HP of a castle, pretty much. So, the longer this game goes, the longer Admiral can hold on. And sure, there's been some rust here. But hold on is the name of the game with Portuguese. It's why you draft them. It's why you try and get that boom, which he did, David. Now the production is coming out. This is looking good now.
Yeah, and this is the situation that John wanted to avoid. Late Imperial has safe docks, has the galleon production or caravel production, whatever he chooses to go with, and Fetoria's on his island with castles all around. You really want to avoid getting into this position when you're against the Portuguese.
What was that, 3 or 4 minutes later to the Imperial Age? If that's true, John's even selling some stone right now for gold. That's fascinating. And only 7 on food for Admiral, so it really feels like he's thinking about the power of the Feitoria, because it does bring you more food than anything. So he's not even refreshing farms, which means he'll save wood.
Another
Relics are
transport ship
1-to-1,
on the
by
way
the way.
from John the Fearless, and it looks like he's loading up Trebs in the transport ship in the middle.
So, just going to bring up a random name of a player who's in the main event who casted with me. There's not any reason I would ever bring up this name, but player in the main event who casted a set with me was Hera. And it was, again, random. Daniel and ACCM, best of 7 to qualify. And Daniel later told me that he felt like Islands decided that series. He wasn't able to kill up Portuguese when he had the lead. And he said that he should have transported Trebs. And Hera and I talked about that. Now, you see this transport, Dave. There's 4 Trebs in there. If you transport them over with some water control, you could just take out the castles, take out the Fetorias, and hop right back inside.
Yeah, and Admiral doesn't really have any melee options to go deal with those either.
He does have a lot of galleons, though. He has a lot more than John the Fearless does. But still a bit of hesitancy from Admiral, and his units aren't even attacking all the time, which is really weird.
And more villagers on the way from John the Fearless. So he's got 4 Trebs there. He's going to place more stables and put pressure on the land from Admiral again. And he's holding on the water. I mean, I think Admiral has a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah.
And is taking a really good fight right now. But John still hasn't been hit at home this entire game.
And a castle from John on that neutral island there would be sick. Because then if he were to loop his navy over, Admiral couldn't get production over there. And that castle would go right down here for Admiral, who's trying to make bomber cannons. He's actually pop cap, Dave. He does not have to pop.
And he doesn't have the pop, and he's not about to not have that castle soon. Tons of Trebs over there from John the Fearless. Galleons coming over, though. Galleons from Admiral. He realizes that John doesn't have navy to support it over there. He's going to stick him right beside those Trebs. Immediate reaction from John to pack him up and move away.
Yep. I think the problem here was not having the navy to protect the Trebs. That's the issue. And the numbers are climbing for John, but little risky. But he does have vills over there, and he's still got transport ships for now anyways.
What do you think about just killing the houses if you're John here?
No, all I think about that is that you love the idea of that, because you bring that up all the time. You're just like, take out the houses, yeah.
What else is he doing? He's sitting there with the Trebs. There's plenty of houses. You know the guy's got Fetorias.
I just want to point out that gets brought up a lot. That's all. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that gets brought up a lot in this stream. And here comes some light cav. Monks will go down. I mean, you know, this is just messy stuff on islands, but Dave, I'm rather unconvinced with the unit control, too, from the Admiral at times here. Like, looks like he's got units on stand ground from time to time. He's really got to step that up a notch.
John the Fearless trying to hit that castle again. Navy comes along, packs him up, moves him back again. Hit the houses. I'm actually getting mad.
I mean, you're right. Okay, I will accept that maybe he should have at least taken out the houses. Woo, man, the exhaustion setting in here, people. But we do have docks on the front for the Admiral, who is researching cannon galleon. He seems pretty confident he's going to be able to outlast John the Fearless. I don't think it's a confident approach, funny enough. And there, he's going to hit the TC, which on the bright side does eliminate some pop space from the Portuguese.
Yeah, and Admiral diving for that Treb under the castle of John the Fearless. And John the Fearless has big numbers here, Tristan.
Yeah, seriously. And it's just so awkward to get galleons in the spot that they need. to be at. It's 56 on water for John with Vietnamese, and it's 36 for Admiral. And he can't make stuff, Dave. He's pop capped. The Vittorios are killing him.
Yeah.
He needs to almost delete one to get pop space. He's got the Q. He does not have the pop space.
Yeah, I'm thinking he could almost start deleting some villagers at this point, too.
Yeah, true.
Running out of resources on his island. The wood situation, I mean, it's all on that right-hand side. And where is John the Fearless's land army? All on the right-hand side.
Yep. Now, John the Fearless needs to think of getting more Trebs or Cannon Galleon. And I think you said that Vietnamese do get to elite because it's not pretty for Admiral, but it can get the job done if he's able to slowly pick off the numbers from John over the course of time, because there's no guarantee of resources past a certain point on islands.
I think John can just, like, if John camps it out right where he's sitting with his navy, Admiral can't really access these wood lines.
Yeah.
And, like, double Vittoria is nice, fine, you're getting resources, but it's not that much. Like, it's a slow trickle.
I think that we need to see a transport ship from Admiral. He needs to put Trebs in, and he needs to transport it to where the rubble is in the middle. He needs to Treb down John's castle. That is a big issue.
Yeah, be really... I think, like, 2 or 3 archer ranges on that island might be nice, too.
Maybe. I mean, it's certainly a popular strategy, so a few people have tried it from time to time. In the south, there are some galleons. There's 5 here. So, I don't know why that joke's still funny, but thank you, everyone, for laughing at my existence. You're great. But 5 galleons certainly could help in the middle. Elite Cannon Galleon on the way for Admiral, though.
Elite Cannon Galleon for Admiral, and he's got a hell of a force here. 57 galleons here, Tristan. It's going to be a full 60. And look at the bombard cannon numbers for him as well.
Yeah.
The trap from John have to be very, very careful.
Well, bombard cannons also do need to be careful, and one goes down just like that. But the resources are starting to climb for Admiral. I think he deleted Phil's, and he's making another Vittoria.
A third Vittoria. He was already having pop issues, and he's going for a third one.
And now he's getting Elite Caravel. I mean, now is better than never, Dave.
You think he checked the tech tree?
Maybe.
He's like, why is he?
There wasn't a pause. Yeah. Because Caravels are supposed to be the counter to Galleons, so... I mean, I know all the Twitch chats like, yes, finally, but here come Trebs, Dave. We've seen this before, though, and the bombard cannons are there. And this is such an annoying strategy to play against. John's going to have to kill fast.
Can the bombard cannons get the right angle, though? If they go too far to the right, the light cav are there. If they go too far to the center, the galleons are there. And big engagement here. Admiral coming in with everything.
Oh, this is insane, Dave. What a naval battle. The Admiral, the naval commander, backing the Portuguese Navy. He's got the bombard cannon still, Dave. Can he get those Trebs? Can he keep that castle up?
Castle is so close to going down. Only 2 Trebs left from John the Fearless, and the castle is going to go down. Caravels are coming in, but it feels like John the Fearless is taking control.
Admiral's just not committing to fights. His units are getting stuck here. It's very weird situation here with these units.
Yeah, it's weird, but with the Elite Cannon Galleon now, he could potentially take out that castle in the middle. And then he has free reign to take the fight against the main navy from John.
That's true. Elite Cannon Galleon, just 1 or 2 would be great. The thing about playing against Portuguese is time is of the essence. You need to be pushing fast. And I think with 20 Caravels in there, life is going to start to get really tough for John the Fearless.
Okay, still only 3 Vittorias. He hasn't made a 4th one yet.
By the way, did you see how those ships get stuck? You see that? That happens for some players. I've seen ACCM and Jordan have that problem. It's not a consistent thing amongst all pros, and it's obviously like performance issue with something on their PCs in the game. But I've noticed that, and it definitely caught my eye. Just saying, and people have said that maybe the Admiral is Jordan.
Might not be a performance issue, more the way like they path their units.
That too. Yeah, I mean, I could be wrong on all of that. It's just something that I thought of.
The castle,
oh my
one
goodness.
Cannon Galleon is going to take that castle down, and now we have a huge engagement here.
GG. With Caravels, there's no chance, right? Surely there's no chance. Look at this.
Of the sea, and look at the ships go down for John the Fearless. They're all stacked there.
Well,
but dude, the reinforcements aren't there for Admiral. There's nothing.
Well, okay there. And we see the stuttery reinforcements, or fleeing, I guess, ships. As you see, Light Cav still raiding, Dave. Update on the island for John the Fearless. He still has some resources. But here's where Caravels and the Fetorias are very strong, right? Because you can afford to make more of them. John the Fearless is really struggling. So he's got to prioritize hitting the Fetorias. And they're actually mostly on this left side.
And I think he can move his Trebs forward a little bit and try and take out that castle.
Man, there's freaking galleons in the bottom, though. I mean, if only he would have had them in some of these fights. Look at the Light Cav here. They'll kill those villagers.
Yeah, Light Cav are coming in. Kind of stalling out on that wood line. I don't know what's going on with them.
0 on gold for John. We can't take gold in the middle now.
Oh, this is a bad engagement against Caravels. Like, the way he's stacked up here, if Admiral gets close, John's going to have to be very, very careful.
Yeah, you just patrol into these fights any day of the week if you're Portuguese, right? Should be no problems here. And you see the fight. You can see how much HP is in there for the Admiral. He even has the cannon galleons behind it.
But the Light Cav are kind of distracting some of the shots, and that's giving opportunities for the galleons to get fair trades.
That's creative. Also, the elite cannon galleons in there not helping too much. But Dave, it does seem like that population is just dropping lower and lower for John.
Yep. And the wood on his island is running out too.
This is, I mean, granted, I think Admiral would have wanted this to be a lot cleaner in a lot of ways. We can all see that, but this is one of the reasons you have to factor in Portuguese into your draft. Also, one of the reasons you don't pick Vietnamese, because if you have fast fire, caravels aren't an issue. But
production is still there for John the Fearless, and we look at his res, and he's got a decent amount of wood banked, still has stone in the bank.
Yep. You start selling stone for gold, maybe? Sell it? I don't know if there's really much you can do at this point, unless the units don't fight for Admiral. There you go.
Yeah, the caravels are showing their strength, wiping up all the galleons, and even though he's constantly raiding with these Light Cavs, like, he's just running into castles at this point.
It is funny how he continues to do that, though. Like, he's making more stables. He's so in that Arabia mindset.
I think he's trying to starve him off wood while he still has it, right?
Maybe.
Look at the wood income for red. It's only Fetorias at the moment.
I like how he's also patrolling the Light Cav on no attack stance to distract the ships. He's giving himself a real chance here, Dave. It is 31 military for both.
John the Fearless has like 10 trees left.
Yep, and the villagers are completely out of wood now. He was really close, though, Dave, to breaking. Hey, now he's making regular fire ships. No! I guess it's still okay.
He's got a lumber camp in the north of Admiral's Island. If he gets a transport ship with some villagers around there, he could steal all that wood.
Do you think there's a chance to outlast Portuguese if you just deny this wood, Dave?
Yep, and I do like the addition of some fire ships here. Like, they're
working.
Yeah, even though they're not fast fires, they're kind of tanking some damage, forcing the caravels back a little bit.
Look at that castle! He wants the wood! He can't take the wood!
He's only got the income from Fetorias right now.
It's too slow. Look at his queue. He doesn't have much queued up at all. If you look at the Navy, this is actually realistic for John the Fearless.
And he's constantly producing villagers from all his TCs. The villagers he was previously deleting, he's producing again, and he's just YOLO sending them to that wood line. But John will not let him have any wood. In fact, he's going to take the wood at the north side, and he's getting in a transport ship right now, Tristan. He may take the middle, or he may take the hold of the north of Admiral's Island.
Well, you can't actually fit a castle here until you mine some of those resources. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I'm sorry. That was the wrong time to say that. Okay, so clearly you can fit a castle here. So if you place a castle here, then you have a bit of a foothold. And then I think you send the other villagers over to the wood line, like you said, Dave.
How do you deal with that cannon galleon, though? Like, you got to engage against this. You can't just build a castle and then watch it go down slowly.
There was a castle here before.
And
You're right,
here come the
Chad.
fire ships.
Regular fire ships.
And there, look at all the Light Cav in the north.
This is so Harrow. Like, he's like, I'm on water, but this is what I do.
Kill the lumber camps. That's a good idea. Kill the lumber camps. He's going to have to spend 100 more wood if he wants to make another one up there.
And the houses, right? Like, I would feel so sick to my stomach if I was the Admiral right now, because this really shouldn't be happening. And it's on your home turf, you know? It still feels as though the longer it goes, the better it's going to get for Admiral. But what a fight from John the Fearless, who at this point, I imagine he's got auto reseed on for his farms. He doesn't actually. Yeah, pretty soon he's going to run out of food, right?
Okay.
Because he doesn't have wood.
The villagers are coming. The villagers are in the transport ship. 17 of them for John the Fearless. Does he go immediately to this wood line? Send the light cav down, clear up all those villagers from Admiral, and chop the wood.
All about chopping that wood here on this stream. Chiripa, oh my goodness. Again, thank you and thank everyone else. What a crazy moment here, Dave. And the patrol could be a little better for Admiral, who has taken out a castle here before, which I was so kindly reminded of.
What's going on with all his light cav at the top? He's got 40 of them just patrolling.
He doesn't need those. Those are there for later. He's got new light cav. They're fresh. They're in training right now.
All right. Red's still producing villagers, by the way, and sending them all in that direction.
I mean, the thing is, you get constant food income. So why not? I think what I would do, though, is probably sell the food and maybe buy wood at this point. But that castle's being repaired like crazy for John. He won't have stone if he ends up losing this one. And he won't have a lot else if this game continues.
I wonder if John's thinking of, like, keeping those cavalry in reserve, and then once he wipes up the wood villagers here, maybe going on a mission to try and kill the Fetorias.
Yeah. I think that he needs some type of goal beyond raiding the woodline forever, because the Fetorias will last forever. The trees will not. So this will just continue like this unless John the Fearless tries to take out Fetorias, but it doesn't seem easy.
The wood income is completely gone now from Admiral, except for Fetorias, and there's a trebuchet from John on that island, which is going to force the entire navy from Admiral over here. If he gets out of position and kind of leaves those cannon galleons exposed, suddenly the castle's a whole lot safer for John the Fearless. Yeah,
cannon galleons. I mean, that one's exposed. That one goes down. But the Treb goes down too. And now the light cav are just going to distract. It's just a distraction. He doesn't mind losing the light cav. And it might actually lead to him winning a fight here on water. What are we witnessing?
It's so tough to tell. What an effort from John the Fearless here with Vietnamese. He's trying to make it work, Tristan.
He could have so easily resigned and said, you know what? This is my throwaway map, whatever. He could have so easily done that, guys. He did not do that here. He continues to fight. It is 85 army, but he's got 56 light cav. That's the problem. Light cav can't take care of castles.
Here come the light cav, though. The horde is coming somewhere.
Can you just book it past the castles, though?
Book it past the castles. He knows the location of at least one of the Fetorias.
Yeah, he could actually take out one or two of them right now. I'm surprised he's not doing that, truthfully. I think it just feels silly to run past 3 castles, but it also feels silly to have a building that brings you resources, so.
What is he going to do? Use all of these to take out one villager. Lumberjack?
Okay.
Is he, like, saving these for a rainy day? What's going on?
I don't know why. I guess he's thinking... I don't know what he's thinking. I mean, if there's an interview later, we can always ask, but... Stone walls! Admiral's gonna make stone walls to stop light cav from raiding his eco, but his eco is a freaking building, people. What is... This is so crazy.
Protect the Feitoria at all cost. Oh my god. Wait, we've seen the evolution of islands here. Right in front of our eyes.
I mean, it's like... Evolution's going in a very weird direction here, if that's the case.
It's going backwards.
It's like there's some radiation involved, you know? You got like 3 legs, 3 eyes. What in the world? Okay, well, it's funny that there's still a relic in the middle. And John did just try to take the gold, which is valiant effort. But dude, I think he needs to... Like, that was such a good opportunity for him.
Go to Admiral's line of sight. And look where those light cav are. He doesn't see that main army.
Is that
All
it?
He sees are like 5. He doesn't see the 50 that are hanging out behind.
Here's the deal, though. With that many light cav, What does Admiral have in defense? Nothing. He's
Yep.
nothing on land. If the Trebs take out the first castle,
Yeah, he could be legitimately defeated on his mainland and just
Yeah.
have a navy running around.
and then you know, what happens if he just makes more castles forever? Okay, he actually just
problem-
deleted that.
The problem with this strategy for John the Fearless is that he's not getting a constant income while he's waiting. So I like the patience, but Admiral is getting resources this entire time.
Yeah. I mean, again, the opportunity was there to maybe take out 1 or 2. Clearly, Fetoria's, I think we've seen they are strong in very late game, but it was just so slow. Like, you could also argue that Admiral could have won without a single Fetoria in this game with proper gameplay. But the early caravels and getting the dock production going with the faster Imperial, that's a waste for John the Fearless. And here are the light cav now. Here come the villagers to chop wood again, Dave. They're all gonna get slaughtered.
Can we get a check on how many economic units have died? This
Yeah,
game?
sure. There you go. There you go. And that castle's gonna go down for Admiral. I refuse to believe that John is gonna lose this game right now. He could actually do this. He's just gotta snipe the cannon galleons. If he snipes the cannon galleons and his castle position in the middle, really helps him out.
I mean, his only income right now is stone from the middle, the farms he has left over, and then some relics.
Yeah, but Dave, once you get to the center of the island, there's legitimately nothing to take out Trebs and nothing to take out Light Cav. I mean, the castles take out Light Cav, but the 2 Trebs can take out everything else. And it might lead to a situation where then there's nothing for John on water because he can't afford to make anything. It would just be water versus land at a certain point here. This might actually be a stalemate.
Ruling on that? Yeah.
Yeah, like what? This might actually turn into a situation where it's a straight up stalemate. Unless I mean, you've got to keep Vills alive, I guess, if you're Admiral, so you can still build things. And I would say start making like I don't know, a stable to make your own light cav. But then again, you need wood for ships. As here he comes, Dave, and the light cav come over to distract.
Yeah, and I think if Admiral gets 1 cannon galleon close to those Trebs and takes them out, the chances might be over for John. The Trebs are a key part of this army.
Yeah, that's why I wish he would just move to the center area and take down those castles.
John is taking that wood. So he's getting a couple hundred extra wood in the bank from those trees. It's very important here.
Fortified wall, you've got to be freaking kidding me, man. You've got to be freaking kidding me, Admiral. Fortified wall. As if he needs more protection. Practice safe islands, ladies and gents. There's the 2 Trebs, Dave. This is the moment I'm talking about. The villagers are the only thing here.
More villagers on the way to that other middle island from John the Fearless. They just landed there again.
Ooh, that was rough for John, though.
Like if you're Admiral, you know you have nothing to deal with the light cav. You have a constant resource stream coming in. Are you thinking about even just teching to like pikemen? Just make a few, you know?
The thing is, Fetoria sucks so badly, he doesn't actually have the resources to justify a barracks right now. And then you get pikemen research, which is fine, but then you can't even afford to make the pikemen.
Yeah.
His problem was, he thought he could just make this building, and that would be enough. And it's not. You needed to have good production based on his economy. And now John is genuinely running out of like wood to reseed farms and whatnot, but I can't help but feel like
I just want one player to win this game. I don't want to get to a situation where Admiral's running around on the ocean and John has full land control.
Like, if John accidentally deletes his market right now, GG. He's going to need his market. Both players will to buy resources.
I guess theoretically, since John will have the relics, he will eventually win out.
Yeah.
If Admiral's just stuck on the water.
I mean, it's 2 relics to 2. But yeah, I guess theoretically if the game goes on.
He'll wipe out the monastery on Red's Island.
Well,
This
what
is
about...
just Oh man, do you remember the Fair Civs Cup final?
Yeah.
Between Hera and Viper, where Viper went melee fish traps, and then Hera ran out of resources, and the last 40 minutes of the game was Hera running around with 2 galleons,
Yeah.
trying to micro them.
I don't know if, like, if this is Hera in the blue, I don't know if we should really just beg him to learn how to play islands, because that way he wouldn't finish off the game. You know, like, or if we should just let him be the way he is.
I think he's already shown that he knows how to play islands.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
he didn't have the he told me he does not like the map and that he would just send it. And then he picked Vietnamese here. So you're definitely right. Fighting at a disadvantage has shown us an awful lot here in this game. But I don't know about that fight for John. He's got to be very, very careful.
Yeah, just slowly keep pushing with your trebuchets.
Yeah, I know.
He is taking out the houses now, though, which is good.
Is he going to take the shorefish with his vills at this point? Because that's the only thing. Yep, he's trying to take shorefish, I think.
There's shorefish, and there's one tree at the back.
Oh, that's huge. Where is it?
Yeah, it's a little reed.
Oh, yeah, there you go. He should chop that tree. That's an extra. That's almost an extra galleon.
Yep. Oh, trebuchet's out now. For Admiral, I think.
Oh, that could
John's
do
gonna
it.
have to spend all his res on repairs now.
That's the strat. Go for defensive trebs. It finally makes sense. Does Blue still have transports, by the way? He doesn't, right? Dude, if he just transported the light cav around at this point.
You know, at like 3 a.m. when you're going on your phone on YouTube and you're going through like the suggested videos, and you end up watching like 100 random videos in a row, and you're thinking to yourself, why am I watching this? This is very similar. As he got a trip killed by the cannon galleon, he's gonna get another one taken out by the cannon galleon.
Oh God! And he called the GG. We can't see it because we don't have spec chat in live games. In 2021, we still can't see what players say in live games. But you know what? The score is 1-1, Dave. I'm with you. That one was getting progressively more and more ridiculous.
And that was all due to the castle in the middle from John going down.
Yeah.
They went down to the cannon galleons. Red was free to loop around, and John placed his trebs a little bit too close to the water.
Yeah.
2 tiles further away, and he can't range those.
So, you know, all things considered, John the Fearless put up a good fight here. A fight that was entertaining and for some maybe made them pull their hair out. But a sign perhaps that Admiral's really going to have his work cut out for him. This was supposed to be his home map. So, wow. I still think that if John would have kept his trebs in the middle and just pushed the castles earlier, though, he wins that game, Dave.
Yeah.
Like, when the wood lines were still there's nothing from Admiral. How many times was he just sending vills randomly to a wood line and trying to drop castles? That could have been the mindset a bit earlier for John.
In games like this, though, that go super late game, you get like this weird fatigue that falls over you, right? Where you're not really thinking clearly, and you're kind of focusing on weird areas of the map. I love that timeline. You can see Admiral, as soon as he added those Fetorias.
It's nothing.
Yep.
And also the resources collected, as if you needed more evidence that Fetorias are pretty rough to use sometimes. John the Fearless had more wood, more food, more gold, and just had less stone, which of course makes sense because there's limited stone on the map. Well, Dave, the score is 1-1 here in the grand finals. That was the most unique Islands game we've possibly seen in the qualifier and the main event, and we're going to get the information on screen here in a second. Overlay guy is going to get that up for us. But now we talk about land most likely, or some type of hybrid, as John the Fearless will get to choose a home map. After Game 3, though, Game 4 is set on Cup, so keep an eye out for that. This is live, so they'll be launching soon. And I have not heard anything from Robo, so it's very possible they both want a few minutes to just, like, get a glass of water, walk around a bit.
I would want a few minutes after that one. That's a heartbreaker if you're John.
Well, I think on either side, too, because it definitely hit that mind-numbing phase where you could tell it was just so sloppy for Admiral. And so I think Admiral was so dominant leading up to this final that I think he would need to just, go look at himself in the mirror and be like, you could be better than this. And, whatever his methodology is.
Well, if you think through the players, like Viper might rethink through the game if he's Admiral. Jordan might do what you just said, like you could do better than this. Doubt would probably look in the mirror and say, a win's a win, I don't care. Like, I'll take it. It all depends on the player. I think John the Fearless, though, is most likely taking a break right now.
Yeah.
If it is Hera, That's something that Hera does a lot in tournament sets. He kind of, after a loss, he'll take a break from the computer. He'll kind of refresh, think things over, and then head into a new game.
It's so funny. One LAN where Dave and I are around when Hera's there, and he takes like a couple breaks in between games, and we'll remember that forever. It could be like 10 years from now, and at that point, Hera's like half robotic because we're in the future, and you never run out of energy. And Dave and I will still need something to say during these times, so we'll just be like, oh yeah, he's gonna get up, get a glass of water, calm himself down.
Yep, I really respect that. I think it's really smart.
I agree with you on that.
He's worked into his tournament games, right?
Well, a special salute goes out to Zil Wawa, who, if I'm not mistaken, is also the person who contributed to like some of the staff behind the scenes and all the production there and costs associated with everything we've done. But also the additional 5K on top of Microsoft to the prize pool. And thank you now for the 50 gifted, which is $50 extra to the prize pool, guys. Again, $1 for every sub this channel has at the conclusion of this event. And we're close now. Goes into the prize pool. So thank you for the support. Thank you for the hype. Thank you for bearing with us as we are pretty exhausted. I'm surprised I still have a voice at this point, to be honest with you. But Dave, bit of a flashback, I guess, to the Mudflow game from the semifinal, because we are going to see Mudflow as the home map pick for John the Fearless. And the way he won that semifinal on this map would probably leave him being confident. He's picked Khmer John the Fearless, and it will be Franks for Admiral, but we have 3 minutes yet.
And he did win against the Khmer. So hopefully he identified some of the weaknesses maybe in playstyle for that Civ. He was Indians before, though, and now Admiral's going to be going with the Franks. How do you think those two match up?
So do you remember when I criticized the way if Ilo played Khmer, and I mentioned that Franks was available? I like Franks a bit more, personally. I think that the berry bonus, it kicks in before the farms kick in, which is quite nice. You then have the scout HP bonus, which is quite nice. I think what benefits Khmer is just if it gets really scrappy, because you can hop into houses, and the farms can be placed everywhere. But personally, if I had to choose, and I think a lot of low elo legends who are out there would probably pick Franks, but I don't think John the Fearless is going to play this map as greedily or as awkwardly as Vilo did. I think that he's just going to go scouts, Dave, and he's not going to try and go for water play early.
And then if he sees water play from the other person, he's probably just going to go for a defensive tower like he did against Vilo.
Yeah, I think you go scouts for control, and then if you see the opportunity, you adapt and add the dock. I don't think you have to go into this map thinking dock, which a lot of players have, and they've struggled. But obviously, it's just it's a player preference thing.
Okay, guys, we're about a minute and a half from game number 3. God, this has been a long day. We're approaching, 10 hours now?
Approaching 10 hours, and that is a long day, yes. And we will still have the reveal and everything, after the grand finale, so. I think my opinion on how well Admiral's going to do over the rest of the series comes down to how he executes here, because it's been a bit shaky with map control and how difficult it was for him to beat John the Fearless game 2 there on his home map does have me worried for him. Thank you, Step. Thank you, Schizo. Thank you, R. Phillip, everyone, for supporting the stream right now. By the way, I imagine there's new people out there. Age of Empires is alive and well. In case you wanted to play the game again, or just be a part of this community in the future. This isn't all I do. There's a lot of people active in this community, so glad to have you back. There should be a link below the stream where you can now put in your predictions for all 16 players if you want to get ahead of the game, viewers. Saw someone in that flurry of chat ask about that, but it should be available from what I've been told. 16 people play this game. Yeah, that's what it felt like 6 years ago. You have like 20 people online. All right, Dave, 20 seconds till we're in. And I think we've said everything we can say, really. We'll just see what the openings are. I might need a new energy drink soon. It's really, like, this is the problem with live games chat. Like, everyone's like, because I know it's live, it just feels more real. But then there's a lot of downtime, and it's very exhausting, and a lot of waiting, a lot of speculating. But we are here, Dave, and Capture Rate is going to load in for me in a few seconds here. I'm just a bit delayed because of an issue. Twitch chat, type a name for me for the Admiral. If you had a prediction right now, who do you think we're looking at? I'm seeing Doubt, I'm seeing Barrels, I'm seeing ACCM, I'm seeing Viper, I'm seeing lots of Jordans.
I think it might be Dogao, dude.
I was thinking, I was surprised at how little Dogao was being brought up. I think that Jordan's name and his fan base and everything is really carrying those votes.
Yeah.
But I agree with that statement. Remember, Dogao lost to the Viper in the semifinals, Hidden Cup 3. One of the top 8 going in here, but yeah, we'll see. And here we go. I actually am live with time, and we've got Admiral in the red. The Admiral is playing as the Franks, and then we have John the Fearless playing as the Khmer.
And we saw a similar matchup many times before on this map. Both players likely going for scouts. It's just whether Admiral is going to open with a dock or not, I think.
Yeah, for me, I don't like the approach. I think you can justify the approach with Khmer because you don't usually make the barracks before you're stable. You can just go straight stable, thus saving the wood, which is probably what Avila was thinking with that dock, which didn't end up working out. If there's a dock, players need to be mindful of scouting that and then towering their wood lines because the middle area can be covered by water. Mm-hmm. Something else to bring up here is if Khmer do not add that barracks, which is typical Dave, then going for some type of a spearman push against them is really strong.
Yeah, we can see John already scouting out the wood line from Admiral. So that's good identification from him.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he sees that.
Know exactly where to target, and now he's just looking for the TC position. Kind of thinks it's north, but it's actually south.
Yeah. Normally, they're like straight across the map, but it's a little weird sometimes.
Do you ever go for a lame here?
I think scout HP is too important.
Yeah.
I think scouting and scout HP is too important. In fact, there was one lame in like the second round. I think that player ended up winning, but the reason we didn't make it so the boars were always on the backside on this map is because there's so much food. You have the fish to work with, double berries, and you have two boars and water buffaloes. So I just didn't think a lane would really like ruin the game for somebody.
Yeah, with those fish available there too, it kind of feels like it's just not worth the effort.
Yeah. Not worth the effort, not worth the loss of scouting and control, as we see players probably going up. Now, what we have seen with all that food is pretty fast feudal times, Dave. So 18, 19 population build, something that's a little bit rare in our game. Whereas on Arabia, I think you typically see 20 population scouts from both civs here.
Well, that's a result of the fish, right?
I think so.
You have that food income that's so fast to gather, and it's so close to your TC. You can go up at 17, 18 pop.
It is interesting to me that Admiral still has about 100 food remaining on his fish. I don't know if he maybe wanted to bring the elephants in sooner rather than later because the scout was around, but I mean, it's going to be there. It's not going to disappear. And both players active.
Yeah, John did steal a water buffalo.
Okay.
So that's heading to the north, and that might come into play, maybe meaning Admiral needs to move out to the berries quicker than he normally would.
Again, what I really like about So the bonus with Khmer is going to be the farm transition, which John is known for. But with the Franks, it's all about soaking up those berries. So I think we're going to see him just add another mill sooner rather than later anyways. But we see John faster to the next age, 18 pop against 19 pop up, kind of what we said.
John might get a hit here. Just passing, I guess.
Yeah, just passing. I don't even think the players realized that they were there. This would be the time for a dock. Remember, that's what Avilo did. Not a great strategy against John the Fearless in that crucial Game 7 in the semi. Many people feel like that could have been the Viper that went down to this amazing John the Fearless player, but we don't know yet. But just walling up, Dave. I think this is a smart move. Wall up, play into scouts, stick to your strengths.
Yeah, and that's something that Avilo didn't do. He had the houses near the woodline, but the woodline was constantly pressured, and he didn't wall up until he had lost like 2 or 3 villagers on it.
Yeah.
Why not wall up at the beginning? You make a gate, Your villagers can get in there or get out if they need to, and you have the house you can garrison in.
Yeah, it was really weird, I think, for Avilo, because he was the player who would do all these tiny little things for the most part. And you're seeing that now from Admiral. Now, I actually think this is good for Admiral. You might think, oh no, he's going to lose that villager. But what should happen here is that he pulls his own scout, and in about 10 seconds, he's going to be in Feudal Age.
Yep.
So he's going to, well, you know what? Because he's later to Feudal Age, this will be close.
I think he's going to win, though, because he's Frank's as well, Tristan.
True, yeah. Gets that little HP boost. It is 5 HP against 18. So yes, John the Fearless, a bit aggressive there. And we do see the stable for Admiral. It's just on the berries, Dave.
Yeah, stable for Admiral, stable for John, so no surprise there at all. But like you said, no barracks for him. So if he wants to counter the scouts from Admiral, he's going to have to make a barracks to make those spearmen.
Whoa, early blacksmith for John? Is he going to go for fast forging or something here? I mean, okay, so forging is 150 food. I like it if he can maintain villager and scout production while researching that, but it feels a bit early for that blacksmith. Someone in all caps saying, who are the players? That's kind of the point, my friend. That's kind of the, if you just got here and you're wondering, it's kind of the point, all right? You're going to have to be a bit patient. Wait till after this final, we do the big reveal of what went down over the last 4 days.
Okay, scouts still being produced here from John the Fearless. Blacksmith has not come into play yet.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to idle his stable or idle his TC, but he's close, Dave. Okay, getting horse car before the farms makes sense. Still, yeah, the blacksmith timing is a little weird for me. And here come the spearmen and the scouts, and he's actually unable to do anything against this, but he can hop inside the house. Whoop!
He's into the house there. One of those scouts from Admiral is pretty weak from earlier, but he does have a spearman here, and no spearman for the Khmer player, like we said before.
Yep, this is the problem, and it's you see it as a bonus for Khmer, but I actually see it as a weakness. And now he's even going to add a barracks. Wow, that's fascinating. A lot of players, like Ivilo earlier, will just say, whatever, I'll try and micro it, but he's not taking any risks here.
Mm-hmm.
I like the opening for Admiral. I'm liking the way his eco is looking. He's already on berries. He's already transitioning into some farms around that mill. He's sending more spearmen forward. This is a good spot for the Admiral.
Yeah, and he's kind of pushing him off the berries, pushing him off the farms there. The barracks being delayed a little bit. This harassment here is so annoying from Admiral. More spearmen coming forward, too.
Yeah.
So it's going to get harder and harder for John to engage with his scouts.
This is looking so much better than the conclusion of that previous game, Dave. He's really got himself in a position here to do well as he takes out a scout, and John the Fearless loses another one and loses more HP and backs away and has to leave the farms and leave the berries.
Really big hits from the spearmen there. He took out 2 scouts. He has a spearman of his own now, John, but he's still got a villager idle in that house. The woodline is being pushed right now, and it's just looking really messy. No pressure whatsoever on Admiral's economy.
I think a tower or a galley behind the woodline could be huge here. In fact, it wouldn't be surprised if John just preemptively towers that out of just worry, because he knows he's exposed to that. But it's not happening.
Just constantly pushing those scouts away.
Yep, and there's actually a villager inside of that house. So I mean,
if you don't forever,
if you don't address that, that villager is going to die. Maybe a good move though from John to get a counterattack in here, Dave.
Maybe. I don't see many openings though. Like spearmen everywhere. Spearmen at the farms and the berries there. Spearmen near the wood line.
Yep, you see this spearman will soon have the fletching upgrade. Now, wait a second. Where are those villagers going? Okay, 2 villagers. Someone's going to build that tower. It's going to happen soon. And with forging in, and that's not for both players because John the Fearless could not afford it earlier, still feels as though John the Fearless is extremely exposed, but maybe Admiral needs to get a few more advantages out of this, Dave. He's really... There's farms still that he could hit, right? He's got to reposition himself, possibly.
Yeah, taking some free hits against those spearmen. He's going to run around to the south.
Ooh,
might be a good option.
That tower, though. You almost don't want to... Do you want to fight 3 spearmen? I guess you do.
Apparently he does. Apparently he does. He has 3 spearmen of his own. He's going to push the scouts back. It will show John the tower right now. So
Yeah.
John will immediately go for a counter tower. But I think the one from blue is going to get up around the same time.
Interesting game, Dave. Look at the walls, or at least the start to what looked like some walls for John. Also the same for Admiral. I mean, he was no stranger to walling in his earlier sets. And he does get the tower up. Now, what's annoying here for John is that's actually his only wood line for now. So he, even though he could shoot that down, is not going to be able to take wood comfortably, whereas Admiral can do so. And I just think Admiral's just going to go full feudal here, or should anyways. Just continue to send spearmen, continue to send scouts, continue to tower if you have the stone for it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what I mean. You know, these farms is, okay, the villagers now hop into the house, which is great. But what's to stop these units from taking out that house?
Yeah, or just keeping that villager idle forever.
Notice the farms are a little... everything's looking fine. It's a messy game. What do you think about the scout formation for Admiral? It's really weird how he's not going box formation, like a lot of pros do.
Yeah, he's going like scatter formation.
Yeah, I've never seen that. And also, these villagers have been forgotten about here, Dave. But we have a house wall and a save from Admiral. Okay. Oh my goodness! That was really close to saving both.
Yeah, he did save the one, which might be important later down the line. He's also taking a good engagement against the scouts here from John.
Yep.
John's kind of out of position there.
So messy right now.
John had actually gone for the infantry armor upgrade, by the way.
Huh. Well, I think the barracks saved him, truthfully. I think adding that barracks saved him. If he did not have his own spearmen, he would be in big trouble.
I might like to see like that full feudal that you were talking about. Maybe even the armor upgrade for your scouts at this point and keep producing. As long as you're not losing them to the spearmen, though. Taking a bunch of big hits.
Kind of feels like we might see a market for Admiral soon. It's a messy game. He's got the gold banked. Feels natural to see a market as we see a villager hop into another house.
The scouts are at the back now. This is the exposed area of the eco for John the Fearless. All this farming stuff and the scouts are going to hit it now.
Oh, and there's no house yet here. You have to bail on building this house, don't you? No, you don't. I lied. One villager down. That's it.
Still, idle villagers. Everywhere he goes, he's idling economy. And meanwhile, John tried to hit back at Admiral's base, and there were spearmen everywhere, walls everywhere. He couldn't do anything.
Yeah, players. So we had stats from about 1,000 ranked games, and the players who, I think every player uses box formation to some degree, but I believe it's the frequency of it. The bottom 4 at that list are those names on your screen right there.
And that house is about to go down, but here comes spearmen.
Yeah, but you've got your own spearmen. Well, you had your own spearmen, so. It is rather funny that we have a box formation stat come on screen when it's no longer box formation. But Dave, we had another tower go up for Admiral. That's going to get shot down, but you do see the Admiral is in a position to get Vil picks and has clicked up to the next stage.
He's been forcing so much idle time here. His scouts gonna take a few more free hits from those spearmen, but he's gonna keep running around with them. Now in box formation, like you said. And the difference in the age up time is purely idle time, I think, from John the Fearless. Like, he's had to garrison villagers, he's had to build, you know, defensive towers, he's had to make spearmen. It's just been all reaction from him.
It's crazy. I'm trying to see the food count there. It won't show me. Yeah, it feels like Admiral could have been more clinical, but he gained that early lead, and he certainly benefited from that. And I also did like the tower. But this is where, like, certain players thrive. Being a little bit behind, start to patrol some spearmen around. Khmer thrive as well. I could really see John the Fearless holding on. This is a very close game as he is actually just lacking the gold right now, Dave. Actually, hold on a second. 20 seconds until the knights arrive. This is really problematic. Nice gate, though, to trap the scouts.
Yeah, and it's not like he has a market to sell resources, right? He's going to have to wait for that gold to come in from 6 gold miners.
Doink! Got her! There's some other
Nice
weak ones out
snipe.
here, too. That was a beautiful little doink there from the Admiral.
And now Admiral is in Castle Age. He's got 2 stables. He's going for 2 knights right away. This is going to be tough. This is going to be very, very tough for John, especially with his gold position the way it is.
Yeah.
At the very front of his base.
I don't know if this is intentional from Admiral, but he's kind of pulled some spears away from the front here with that spearman. He's also still trying to keep that scout active. If that's a weak villager.
There's the weak Vil. Yep.
All right. Well, here come the knights, and I think you wait till the next two, but with the next two, you could maybe consider... You know what, Dave? You don't fight the front here. Just run. Just run right into the back of his base. Yeah.
I agree. Run right around. You've seen all the farms back there. You know the only thing that can catch up to your knights are his scouts, and you'll take knight v scout any day. Just avoid the spearmen at the front and run around to the farming eco.
And for now, the plan is apparently boom for Admiral, who's on a second TC already and does have
another
the villager
tower,
lead.
dude, with that same villager.
What? Where? Oh, it's... I didn't see it behind the palisade. That's cheeky,
She
man.
lives.
All right, she does live, and here come the knights. And we see some house walls. I don't think there's any holes here, so the knights will not be able to pass there. And you just know that we are going to see that light cav upgrade coming in from John the Fearless. I think he needs to send the scouts forward, though. The knights are through.
Yeah, if you're going to get light cav, they're not going to get very much value against the knights. So send those forward into the eco. Try and do as much damage as you can, and try and force some of the military from Admiral to stay at home for once rather than coming to your economy.
Yeah. And it is amazing all the things that John is doing here, though. House walls, gates, still producing. He actually has insane military numbers. And when games get scrappy like this, it's so easy to see a few extra scouts turned into light cav, pick off villagers, and it's so easy to see one mistake from Admiral lead to all of his knights being dead. What will soon be pikemen on patrol in John's base defensively.
I think if you're Admiral and you have vision on those spears, which he doesn't have right now, he's actually bamboozled them and he's back on the farming eco.
He takes
if
out
you
the
have vision on that spear army, you should send the rest of your knights to the main gold from John.
I could see that. I mean, there is really no main gold long-term on this map, which is important to bring up. You have to expand for it, but yeah. And we've got some crazy economy behind us. And look at this, another bamboozle. He distracts all the pikemen. He brings the knights over. More villagers either have to go idle or go down. Good reaction
going
again,
in the
though.
houses again. Power of the Khmer, right? Only kills one villager there, loses a knight in exchange. The light cav are just now about to hit the economy from Admiral, but Admiral knows about the light cav. He has spearmen there, and he has knights at home.
He's what? Behind by 13 vills? He could find 13 vill picks, I believe. Look at that. 7 vills on stone. Using knights in defense? Similar to what we said earlier, not ideal, but they would take a good engagement there. I guess we'll just see defensive pikemen for Admiral in a second.
Oh, the farming villager at the north of John's base got killed. That's very sad. She was walling and then she was farming.
And look at the knights finding the wood line, Dave. John the Fearless has a lot to fear in the Admiral. Look at this. Wow, and again, the micro here.
Power of a faster castle age, open bases, and knights. You can just run around hitting eco. Every time the pikemen try and catch up, you run to a different spot.
That Vil lead now. And not the best fight for Admiral in the middle. But that Vil lead is just insane. He really needs his own pikeman upgrade, though. But that's a lot of spears with a lot of ups.
Does he, if the light cav just run in like that?
Oh, they
I guess
pulled back.
the pikemen from John are here now.
That was really good from John, dude. Look at the Vils here. There's so many villagers exposed. And remember, you cannot hop in houses. Not with the Franks.
Yep, and now knights being added behind from John the Fearless. So yeah, you're right. Maybe pikeman upgrade from Admiral needed here, and maybe some more production buildings. He's going for a TC in the north.
That's just to save Vils.
I think
honestly.
John could deny that, but he can deny all this farming space.
And also, if he gets into other areas, he could just start to snowball this one. Score normally indicates the direction a game can go. And you've got 30 military versus 12. On a map like this, which is essentially like Land Madness at this point, one TC all in can actually get victories. And on the stone too, Dave.
Yeah, there's a real danger here if Admiral doesn't step up his production. And there's another barracks. Pikeman research is in, so he's going to have 3 barracks producing pikemen. And he will have 4 TCs as well.
That TC in the south, or I guess like the east, is looking really good for Admiral, though. It's so safe, and it might never be spotted. That is super nice. All right, 67 villagers, but 30 are idle right now for Admiral, who's not really taking the best of fights. He's just not had the military numbers, and there's a whole lot of blue in that red eco.
Yeah, he's got 7 pikemen garrisoned at the moment, though. So he's just waiting for the right number, and then he can come out and clear this up. Fix his idle villager problem in the north.
So I think this is a good time to mention this. So obviously I communicated quite a bit with the players behind the scenes, but for the main event, I could not share or ask opinions for these new maps with the players because I didn't want anyone to have an advantage. And I mentioned to Hera, like a day before we released the maps, all I said was, hey, there's this one map which is like, the map creator said it was like Land Madness on crack, Dave. And it was this map right here I was referring to. And we know Hera's really good in these situations. Look at this flood from John the Fearless. Villagers are going down everywhere.
Yeah, they are going down. It's still a 20 villager difference, though. Idle time is stacking up now for Admiral. But so is the pikeman mass.
Yeah.
And he could potentially push this back pretty soon. Although John the Fearless did get that armor upgrade earlier. Armor upgrade just coming in now for Admiral. Okay.
It's just the food eco that's the problem right now for Admiral. That and the wood, I guess. We do see a second TC for John, who is slowly catching up in villagers anyhow because of pickoffs. So with 39 military against 21, I mean, he can't get counterattacked because he's got pikes in his base. He's got production forward and asking questions of the enemy, but we will see a castle drop soon, Dave. For Admiral, that is.
Like 10 minutes ago, John the Fearless had double the eco idle time as Admiral, and now Admiral has double the idle time as John the Fearless.
It's crazy.
That shows you what production and pressure can do. Castle forced to go down defensively. Not the greatest position, maybe.
So I'm just not... I think that to be critical, maybe 3 TCs was a little early and maybe that pikeman upgrade was late. Is that castle actually going to be denied here, Dave? There's a chance.
I think he walled in that one villager, and I think that one villager can complete it because I don't see any range units coming across from John.
The farms are really important here. You've got knights and pikemen against just pikemen. Now, I don't know if you can make sense of the HP here, guys, but I think what you can see is there's more blue for now. And the hill for John the Fearless, Dave. Is this actually happening? He is going to not deny the castle, but get some big clear-ups because of this.
Yes, and like I said, it's just that one villager he walled in that's going to be able to complete that castle. But once again, pushing him off all of the farms.
Wow.
Killing all his military. And behind this, John has added another TC, and Admiral looks at the score, Tristan, and just says, I'm out of this game.
That's incredible. And, you know, it just crossed my mind. Could he have played on a bit longer here? He, of course, doesn't know that he has a 10-villager lead because of that score, which indicates dominance. The dominance was with military in early Castle Age. This was very reminiscent of that game where we were talking about John the Fearless losing a lot of villagers, and then eventually he lost the game with that defense. Like here, Admiral, he just didn't have the military control. And John the Fearless, despite being behind in many areas, just kept poking and prodding and using his military advantage. That was a huge game here because I think it showed that Admiral could have won this, and it also was a great comeback from John the Fearless.
And it was kind of an all-in push from him too, right? 2 barracks production on the pikemen. He overproduced the scouts, turned them into light cav, and just pushed across the map. And Admiral was so busy raiding and doing a good job raiding, to be fair, with the knights that he had nothing at home. Crazy pressure from John, and just showing that even though you might be down by 30 villagers early in Castle Age, the game isn't over.
And I think you look back at that one and you kick yourself if you're Admiral. Of course, you have to just regroup for this next game, but that was very winnable. That one fight he took with just spearmen against pikes was poor, and if he had the pikeman upgrade then, maybe maintains his eco lead a bit more, stabilizes a bit more, the castle never gets denied like that. And you could see there, John the Fearless did have more food collected, but I would argue that that was not the case right around here. So it's tough. It's a very difficult balance on that map. You want TCs to protect yourself, but you also want to keep your TCs producing fills at all times. So if you do that, you're not going to have the military numbers. Beautiful.
Oh boy. So we're going into game number 4 now, and I think that's a set map, if I'm not wrong, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got Cup. Ooh, okay.
All right, so Cup is a set map. It is a map that I've seen John the Fearless on, and I know he loves to pick Britons there. And that was a rather early pick. But Vikings was picked all the time back in Hidden Cup 3, and it's just that Vikings have either been utilized on islands, which we know John the Fearless didn't care about, or they've been banned. So do you think maybe it makes sense to go Vikings here if you're John the Fearless and save Britons for another map?
I mean, Britain's looking pretty strong on Quarry, right?
Yeah, definitely. We've seen it be strong. I also could see Mayans being strong there, but Mayans could also be strong on virtually every other map. Okay. Now there's slopes and bypass for Admiral as additional home maps. We'll have those maps available if another loss comes in. But it's set for Cup. You draft for this. You pick for this. It's established weeks in advance. And it should be starting shortly. We have a 5-minute countdown, though, so a couple minutes to speculate on whatever civs we see.
And it looks like we're going to see a mirror match of what we saw in the last semifinal with Japanese versus Celts.
Ooh.
On Cup. But this time, instead of having Japanese, John the Fearless has Celts.
Interesting. I'm actually a little surprised by that because I'm thinking through where some of these other civs might be picked. I mean, it's not as if Japanese... okay, Japanese could be strong on Bay, too, I suppose, or John the Fearless, but maybe he has other plans. Thank you to Dream Liam, who just said, I'm in love with Liam. I don't know who Liam is, but I wish you and Liam the best. That is if Liam also loves you. Thank you for the creepy $5 donation, and thank you everyone else for the support today. Also,
There's
thank
like
you...
50 people named Liam in the stream. Like,
that's
who could
true.
it be?
That's true. I didn't know I had a secret admirer. Liam, if you're there, just like look out your window real quick. Make sure you're not being stalked. Thank you. I love you too. That's great. 5 minutes spec delay makes sense, I think, with these live games, Dave. As much as I don't like the downtime, as much as we are exhausted, it makes a lot of sense. And the trust is there within the community that there's going to be no funny business. But with this level, with this prize pool, guys, this is why we have those delays.
Why even give anyone a reason to speculate about that, right?
Yeah,
5
that's
minutes,
true.
We can all handle 5 minutes.
Yep. Someone said, and I didn't get all the message in chat, but someone seems really sure that Admiral is MBL. And I'm not getting those vibes personally. I still, leaning back to Jordan.
Why would MBL go for Islands as a home map pick?
Yeah. I'm thinking Doubt. I'm thinking Jordan. I'm thinking Dogal. Those are my top 3 currently. But it is crazy that we're in a final and just are not sure.
It could be Velez as well.
Could be Nikov, dude.
Nikov. Yep.
I mean, this is... I'll show the players again. In terms of how Admiral likes to play this, I guess you just pick a player here on the list that likes to go for water maps. You have Jordan. I could see Velez doing it. Viper. Tato, Dogal. Could see Doubt doing it. Could see Vinchester doing it. Could see Nikov doing it, and maybe even ACCM. There's just so many good names. We're just so sure of ourselves.
But I think Viper would have played that Portuguese game a bit differently.
Yes.
If it was him.
I agree. I think that's a fair statement. I think that if Viper is indeed out, first off, the community is going to go wild when the reveal comes in, and that is proved to be the case. But also, I think that he might be teammates with one of these guys.
Mm-hmm.
If Viper is indeed Evailo. But Admiral picked Goths. Admiral did pick Goths at the very end. It's tough, but maybe that's a Vinchester tell. Crazy, man. 45 seconds, Japanese versus Celts. I actually don't want to talk about the bonus before the game because then it's like pretty lame in the game.
What do we talk about in the game?
Yeah, that's what I did last time, and then we just kind of like sat there. I suppose it was very action-packed, which helped. But thank you, Gauntlet Wizard. Viking Rage AoE with $5. Says, if Bay is pants, then Islands is... You know what? I'm not even going to repeat that. I should read messages before I start to read them out loud. But thank you for the try.
Did it end with chaps?
No, it didn't. It did not end with chaps. And if people were quick, they would have seen it on screen right there.
All right.
Cardboard thief. What? Why are you stealing cardboard? Thank you for the Prime sub. All right, Dave. Here we go. The wait is over. And we have game number 4. Again, CA I'm getting some errors with Capture Age, unfortunately, at the start of these games, guys. I'm doing my best. Capture Age has been amazing. The skin we've been using with the Capture Age team has been sweet. But the live games, maybe it's used to the recorded games. So, Dave, I'll be at live time, and I'll just be a bit behind in showing the viewers. You can probably see my point of view because I'm streaming it to you. And here we go. All right, so no crazy lames at the start from what I can see. We're going to switch the Admiral over to red again. Has consistently picked teal. Japanese in the northeastish for the Admiral, and then John the Fearless is playing as the Celts. I prefer Japanese if Japanese take water control and end up going into an infantry battle here, Dave.
Yeah, and we could see that the last Civ matchup, right? Japanese have a lot of options, and the Drush was super, super strong for John the Fearless. So he probably knows what they're capable of. But look at Admiral's map here, Tristan. Where is the wood? What is going on?
That is very far away. And you could also argue that this is really close for John the Fearless. I mean, it's on the backside. Berries are on the backside. Stones on the backside. Gold's on the backside. You have like 2 houses and some palisade walls, and you are walled. But it is definitely a weird shape here. That's how it goes sometimes. And John the Fearless running forward. Now, you can lame quite easily on this map if you want to. Admiral lamed John the Fearless earlier on in this series. Let's see what happens. There's 2 boars. You're really close to your base if you want to take the risk. I think you should, Dave. He's going for it. And
yeah, he is going for it, and he's going all the way around here. No, he's decided to go across the middle now, and Admiral will probably spot this.
Oh, but that's so unfortunate. Okay, so now he sees the boar. Now, the thing is, this is really close to John's base. So it was a good reaction from Admiral. Admiral might not be able to get to the scout and just has to block that pig forever here. Just get in front. Oh, and he stopped it. That's huge.
Yeah, that was huge. John went a little bit too far. Admiral sending that back to his base before he even needs to take it as well. So really no cost to him whatsoever. And the HP cost is huge to John the Fearless. And John the Fearless coming right back with the scout.
That is a little weird. I feel like maybe he just wants to resume his scouting. But the fact he's going right to the boar. Would be...
Fearless?
He's actually going to be rewarded by finding a sheep here. So he says, thank you very much. I'll take that to the bank. Yeah, that would be silly. And he's going to just scout out. I guess maybe he saw how weird this shape was. But Dave, for me, as we see John making the barracks, I think barracks is the best opening here. And I think the docks just have some risk to it.
Villager? He sees the villager coming out for the boar. I mean, the TC is so close. It's not even worth it at this point, right?
I don't know if he spotted... actually, I'm not sure which guy you're talking about there, but I'm not sure that it was possible on either side. As you see, Admiral, 3 on wood start. Are you surprised by that?
3 on wood. He's going for a barracks, and he went for the mill in the middle. This is like when we first were testing out this map, right?
This is with Japanese. Your mills are cheap. And this reminds me very much of Tato and Doubt and what they did in Hidden Cup 3, milling the middle on this map and making militia for control. You don't have to dock. I love
and here
this.
comes the drush from John, but these villagers are going to be walled in, so they're going to be taking this fish safely, more safely anyway than a
Well,
fishing
no, the
ship normally
palisade's
would.
not down, but I don't know if you can actually walk that way. Okay. Like, that left one's not actually built, but something tells me you can't go that way.
Yeah, otherwise he would have gone through there. But yeah, he just lets them walk right around. He doesn't even palisade wall it, fights it off with the villagers for the time being, and he's building up his militia number in his barracks.
This is good. He
so
got
maybe
some
he
hits.
can just kill all this. Yep.
Yeah, he got some hits. He's getting his food. Whereas, you know, no real reward. But John loves his farms. John's like, forget about fish. John's not a big fan of salmon. Seen that so frequently in Hidden Cup. Is just get into farms as quickly as possible. It's a sure thing, you know? Doesn't like to take any risks with this game. Has that much confidence. But now it's 3 militia versus like 2 3/4 militia. And also half a scout. So it should be better for Admiral here.
Yeah, John was trying to bait some idle time earlier with those. I don't think he ever really wanted to engage against the villagers because the barracks was there. And now both players probably going to cancel each other out with these drushes.
They're probably... The best play here, in my opinion, is a fast feudal behind it. So keep an eye on the food counts. And that's an opportunity for a scout hit there for Admiral. He has to dodge the TC here in a second. Oh, that was actually kind of awkward as John the Fearless catches up with the HP. Just ever so slightly. You see Loom coming in for John Dave. I think he'll click up to Feudal after this. Make a transfer to Wood and Gold, and I think we'll see the exact same for Admiral. Who already has Loom, actually. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, but Admiral had that fishing come.
Yeah, true. Now the vills are more exposed and, eventually run out there versus a farm, which is like slow and steady and villagers are protected. But I think the timing on getting to gold is big because you want to make sure you get man-at-arms and archers, but maybe even a 4th or 5th militia would make sense for either of them.
Yeah, maybe. I don't see anything being added in at the moment. Both players going to hit Feudal Age around the same time. Do you think John the Fearless goes out to water again? He is going to gold right now. Remember the last game? He started out with a drush, and then he went on to water once he got to Feudal Age.
I think the reaction might be a bit different here because the enemy has not docked. So maybe what he did in the past was simply due to the fact the enemy docked.
No, because he went fishing in the north first before he saw the dock from the enemy.
This is what I meant, 4th militia. And also Celt speed will kick in about 40 seconds.
Yep.
Scouts running away. Man, this is so good right now. This is so good from both of them. This level, it's so close, people. Even the amount of pop space they have is similar. I'm loving this so much. It will be 5 Japanese militia here. Now, they will attack faster starting in Feudal. And then Celt infantry moves faster starting in Feudal. And watch them zip away here. Ready?
And John the Fearless has found these 2 villagers that made the mill at the north. Ooh. I don't think he can engage against this because there's the 4 militia trailing behind.
Yeah.
Both players going into men-at-arms as well. So similar, Tristan.
Dave, this base, which looked awkward, is actually super nice with that big wall off on the wood line. So that's protected. Yep. And now you have the villager and the failed quick wall. And the dock has to be deleted there. So Admiral is in a better position, if you ask me.
Yep. And John the Fearless was planning on going for a dock in Feudal Age. Now he's going for a dock on the northern side.
Okay. And it's the same for Admiral.
Definitely going to be annoyed by this man-at-arm and the scout. There's a weak villager there, Tristan.
Japanese for you. And oh, no! She's going to survive. What a save from... Don't do it. Maybe. Don't you do it. That's mean. Don't you do it. Don't you... She survives. What a tease. And the man-at-arm goes down.
Oh my goodness. Can't believe he couldn't get that villager and losing the scout as well.
Yeah. Scout very weak for John the Fearless. Hesitant to take any engagements against the Japanese men-at-arms, I'm sure. But remember, in a 4v4 fight, the Japanese men-at-arms should destroy. So you need to have some quick walls here if you're John.
John the Fearless going for a fire ship in the north. I feel like he knows those 2 villagers are there. Maybe opt for a demo first so you can get both of those.
I think that Admiral should be forcing fights soon because now there's an archer. So now you're at more of a disadvantage. I think fighting there would have been a better play. But it's hard to run and buy time against Celts when they can chase you down, right?
Well, he doesn't want to buy that much time. He just wants to get the walls down. You can see the idea from him, right? He's walled that whole left-hand side. He's walling the whole right-hand side.
Oh, the scout survives. Dave. Oh, get her. Get him. Oh, my God. The TC's the sniper. Okay. And now he takes the fight. It's a good call from you, Dave. And even the man-at-arm goes in after the archer just to weaken that, which will be the most important thing.
Yeah, and by the time these units come back across, fully walled.
Villagers are going down on water, and villagers will be pulled off of water. Okay. So now it's just a transition into land eco and archers for both. So this is one of the more enjoyable cross games I've seen at the opening because it's been so complicated yet so simple in some ways.
Yeah, this is a great cross game.
Or not, I mean cup. Sorry. It's been a long day, people. It's been a long day. Dave, proper co-caster right there. Just rolling with it.
I had to say it before the chat said it because every time I like slur a word or mispronounce something, they're on it, man. They're right there.
Chat
Yeah.
Chat is next level, man. Were you slightly upset that I carried on that meme, by the way?
Well, they were going to carry it on anyway. So.
Yeah, that's true. Fletching is in for John the Fearless, who has 4 archers here. And pop-capped is Admiral, and it's a bad one. At a crucial moment, too, because you need to have 4 to match this here.
Not a good moment at all. He's going to slightly push them away with the archers, but Good heads-up play from John the Fearless there, not to run away and hit somewhere else. He's going to keep pressuring that weak wall.
And it's
Now
also
he's in.
good micro from Admiral just to survive that moment, because that was really awkward. You see the micro here, and lack of hesitation from the blue player as he's getting some great pickoffs, Dave, and he's in. Oh, the micro difference is huge between these two, and villagers are going to go down now. Can't help but think back to the moment where John the Fearless was able to save that weak villager earlier.
Yep.
None of these villagers are being saved by Admiral.
It's a good gate there from Admiral. Really good response, but can't quite keep up with the units from John the Fearless. And John the Fearless's reinforcements just keep coming right through that hole.
Yeah.
And he's clearing up the archer numbers. All the villagers there are idle. He's winning these engagements. This looks very Leary-esque, Hera-esque, Viper-esque, where they just managed to win the tiny engagements at the beginning of the game and snowball that to victory.
But also, horrible pop cap. It's not you're halfway building the house. You completely forgot the house, and that he was at a numbers disadvantage. So the micro is impressive from John the Fearless, but it's just not the execution you need here to win the Hidden Cup 4 finals if you're Admiral. And now we know how good John the Fearless is with macro, and that macro is happening at home. The farms are everywhere, 700 food in the bank, and we're going to see a click up, Dave, that is like so much faster than Admiral's click up. And Admiral even went for armor for skirms, so an extra 100 food invested into skirms, skirm armor, and then the skirms themselves. So pretty brutal.
John the Fearless now with killing the dock in the north too, so he's just going to add fishing ships behind this. Archer range going down, so we'll see archers for him rather than the night play.
Yep.
That we saw previously.
All right, here you go. Is this Admiral here? You see the difference between them. And, of course, Jordan, the only Hidden Cup he played in was Hidden Cup 2, where he lost in the first round to Max, I believe, which was an interesting storyline because, you know, Jordan retires from the game again, comes back for Hidden Cup 4 qualifiers, and actually had to beat the Max, and he did 4-2 to make it into this one. So some revenge there. And it's funny because Admiral's picking teal. So if that is Jordan, he kicked Max out of Hidden Cup. Max likes to pick teal, and then he stole this color too.
Yeah, maybe it's just an honorary thing, or maybe it is Velez, and he's like, I'm doing it for you, buddy.
Yeah, maybe. Certainly has some vibes of some of the players we've mentioned, and that's a free Vil pick, but we actually see Admiral focusing down the archers. That's a good moment there, Dave. He needs it because he's still miles from the next stage.
Yeah, and he's going to pick off another villager, so that's 2 Vils from John that have kind of died in this marshy area.
Yep.
Going to be pressured here. We'll see the double archer range from him, but not many areas to hit other than these fishing ships.
So I think there's moments where I say, well, you know, this person's got military control, so they're going to be able to buy time for 2 minutes. When I watch John the Fearless play, I don't worry so much about the pressure that's going to come in, and that's going to come apparently, but it's more about the booming, you know? Like,
yeah.
I just always expect to see a second and a third town center show up behind these walls.
John wanted to go for a forward siege workshop, but that galley is going to do really well against the archers and can delay the siege workshop for a long time. So he's actually forced into going for a dock.
Way to recover here, Admiral. Seriously.
Yeah.
Beautiful recovery to buy time. And now only 60 seconds away from Castle Age. We'll also have 2 ranges producing, and that dock could even be denied too here, Dave.
Another villager out in this area that might get killed. The galley was a perfect choice too.
Yeah.
Demo, he could just run away from. Fire ship not doing too much damage and not so much versatility. Galleys, really good to buy time.
I think there's some element, like after watching the semifinals, which again were played yesterday, and they were played, they finished, they send the admin the recorded games, and then we cast them live today. That way they're rested for here. But there's definitely some element to some of these things you could just tell it's live. You know, like the pressure's on from the finals, or just that live aspect of them knowing that it is happening now and being viewed now around the world, maybe has led to some of these small little mistakes here or there, which you don't expect from these two.
2 TCs for each player right away.
Ooh, wow, we have ourselves an even game. Seriously, 3 TCs in total for both soon. And you see John the Fearless hoping to break in here, Dave. It's going to be really tough to do so.
going to be tough to do so, and he's forced to make the siege workshop further back. And there's a random crossbow from Admiral annoying the woodline from John, too.
What? He even micros it back. What a pest. What a pest. And now 4 crossbows have to go chase that.
You know, you were saying he needs to buy himself some time, and you thought he couldn't do it, but he has successfully done it. And now Blue looping around with the crossbows to the woodline. Ooh, Admiral needs to notice this quickly.
Oh, but he misclicked the TC. He misclicked the TC first. Sometimes it's really hard depending on the angle of the villagers, and so the TC will go up, Dave. And then the crossbows, and now John's got to buy some time, I think, by running away.
Mm-hmm.
This is really close. It's 50 eco for both. It's 17 to 12 with military. It's 64 pop a piece, people.
Another galley coming out as well. Like, what's his plan here? He's just going to build up galley numbers in this middle pond and hope to hold the south?
No real effort here from John to get value from his army, Dave, which is a surprise to me, as he loses some of these, but running away. I don't hate water control at all, and I think that even just a few galleys without being upgraded seem to get good trades against crossbows. I'd like to see a demo, maybe, or even a fire ship from John on the left side. I guess it doesn't have a lot of control there currently, but does have a dock. And, you know, the map we talked about for Admiral is really exposed on the right side here. There are crossbows currently camping that area, and a villager on the way to outpost that. You could see that villager go down.
War galley upgrade for the Japanese player here. Maybe he's planning... Yeah, he's docking that northern pond again. So he's going to have water presence in both ponds.
Remember, the longer this game goes, I really feel as though Japanese do have the edge. Unless we're talking heavy Celt siege.
Can he deny that university, too? Maybe for a while. Oh.
Of course not. Of course. If that's my university, it gets denied. Please. All right, villager goes down. Admiral, I think, needs to get out of here, though. I don't know if he knows about the siege workshop, Dave, but there is a Maganel here. Admiral. Uh-oh.
These are dead, dude. These are... We'll just have a funeral right now. These are gone.
Well, look at the micro, though, Dave. Look at the micro. He's going for the enemy crossbows. He knows the Maganel is going to attack ground. He's split microing. This is beautiful from Admiral.
Okay, any Doubt fans in chat? You still think it's Doubt here? That was impressive, man.
Seriously.
That was really, really good micro
Wait
in
a
tight spot.
Wait a second. We are not in the business of making jokes about player skill. Are you implying that Doubt wouldn't micro there?
Don't give me that. You made a whole video about it.
You know what? I just wrote the script and thought of all the ideas, but I did not do any editing for that video. How dare you?
Okay.
21 on food. That's what Admiral has, and it's 25 right now for John. Food should be being saved right now, so I'm a little surprised to see there's not a lot banked up for Admiral.
Yeah, Admiral finding that TC in the middle now with the fire ship.
Oh, but it's
so he's going to know that John went out that way. And now John, once again, sitting on 4 TCs.
Yeah. This is John for you. And also, every game we've seen from him, he always prioritizes the middle here, Dave. I like the monk idea here. Get some conversions on the fires. Any water control Admiral has on the right is nice, but he can't shift it over this piece of land on this map. And we see gold mining upgrade in Castle Age for John. That is a pretty expensive one, but that tells me he's going to stay in Castle Age for a bit to get the map back.
Here comes Admiral with a castle. It's coming to the middle.
Oh, boy. Oh, and you just know that John wanted to do this soon as well. Will John put his own up here in a second? And can he deny it?
Forward, maybe, for Admiral? Does that range the TC?
It doesn't, but do you want it to get denied, I guess is the question here.
Yeah, true.
I mean, the castle's not spotted, I assume. Oh, never mind. I lied. It is getting spotted. The fire takes out the monk with the invisible fire. Maganel, though. Tough to micro this one. And it's a huge shot for John. He could honestly deny this castle after that, Dave.
Yeah, Red's just got to buy time. Once again, we're saying it. He needs to buy time. He actually sent more villagers, which is a great play. The castle will go up, Tristan.
Yeah, those words right there. He sent more villagers, not Doubt. Sorry, Doubt fans. As we see a castle, and now I think this is a race to Imp. And the food eco for John makes me think that he's going to get there first, Dave. He's got so many farms.
Yeah, his economy's looking pretty good, but I mean, if Admiral's eco is looking pretty good. If he cancels a few villagers, some idle time could potentially go up as well. He's getting handcart right now.
Can't help but feel like handcart isn't the play here.
Yeah,
You know?
I agree.
Like, it's a good upgrade, but you know what's great is having a castle up in the middle. And for John...
Especially when you have enough stone for another one, too.
Yeah.
Like, get another one up, go to Imp, win the Treb War against that castle, and then you can try and get a good position off of that.
John does click up to the Imperial Age and in a position to make a second one. I think you can be pretty bold with this. Yeah, just keep it right in the same spot. And if you go into a Treb War here, I know that when you think of Japanese, you think of their Trebs being strong, but rarely do you see that unique tech be realistic. This castle cannot be denied. And that could mean double the Trebs for John, who is well on his way to the Imperial Age. But can it be?
It can be delayed.
Okay, that's a good way of putting it. This is silly, repairing the Mangonel and attacking war galleys. And okay, so now I think what happened there is Admiral started to panic. And he said, oh shoot, he's up. And so he just quickly canceled everything. And he's on his way to Imp, which I guess in theory the eco might be a bit healthier, Dave. Because he does have handcart.
Yeah, if he didn't make the monk, if he didn't do a handcart, if he canceled some villagers, he could have already been up by now, probably.
Yeah. Let's talk stone counts. Enough for another castle now for John. I think you actually should be patient here. I don't know if you should... Okay, never mind. All right, he's going to make a third. I thought... Just wait. Oh, okay, he's going to expand. Make a third over there. It's similar for Admiral, but I think Admiral might want to save stone for repairs. Which is my... That's why I felt it was important to bring that up as the Mangonel goes down. And the crossbows don't scale very well for John, but you probably don't want to fight here.
This is such a big investment on this middle area from both players. Like, the stone for these castles, all the gold in the middle, you have to fight here, and you have to win this fight.
Especially in this matchup, because if Celts win the Treb War, Japanese cannot make Samurai, which we're actually seeing for Admiral. What if he says forget Trebs and just goes Elite Samurai?
I think 3 castles all within range of each other. It's going to be really tough, right? And the 3 castles on the other side. This is the great castle standoff in the middle. No one can collect the gold between them.
But it's instant 3 Trebs for John, who's going into stables? Stop making Hussars, just for once, please. I think this is Hera confirmed.
Tell me, are Celt Hussars the worst in the game? Where do these fall into your
ranking? You know
ranking?
what? They're definitely there. I don't even know. Do Celts get Hussars? They do get Hussars, so it's either not the worst. They're better than Korean Hussars, so at least there's some positives here. He's going to go Paladin. Is he actually going to go Paladin here? He's making Knights, Dave. Did he forget what Civ he is?
Celt Paladin is technically the strongest unit that they can make.
I think Siege Onagers would disagree, but I get your point. And
all right, we'll go in the scenario editor. I'll get 40 Paladins, and you get 40 Siege Onagers. All right?
That's a fun little challenge. All right. All right. I'd probably end up losing that.
I'll get 1 Paladin, and you get 40 Siege Onagers.
Oh, come on. Don't insult me with those comments. I'm not that bad. Supplies now, but that's not a good sign for Admiral. He's giving up on the Samurai Dream. And so all that time, all the wasted resources making the Samurai, and all the investment into the castles, Dave. And you know what? If he tries to go champ expecting Woad Raider, and Paladin shows up, it's going to be an absolute surprise and masterclass. Samurai raiding right now, though.
I don't even know if he needs Paladin. If he just gets Cavalier, I think he can push this position. If he gets the final armor upgrade.
And he's going to also have the gold for it. And there's a risk for Admiral that he could actually get pop capped here in a second. At what point do you just give up on the castles here? So stop repairing. It's done for you in the middle.
Yeah, 6 Trebs. It's going to be really, really tough. And even if you move your Trebs forward, the Trebs from John will just take them out.
He does not see anything.
Dude, he's getting Paladin. I love this so much. I love this so much.
Like, Japanese have amazing halberdiers, but you'd never want to go halberdier against Woad Raider. So the play here is always to go champion if you're Admiral, and then the Cavalier going to show up. I don't love showing it early, Dave. I prefer he wait, because now the tech switch can come in. But I don't know if Admiral spotted that, as he's going to sit back here. I
I
remember.
remember years ago, we probably had the same story.
Yep.
Years ago, you were spectating a game with me, and I made
Yep.
Kelt Paladin, and you messaged me about it later, and you're like, Kelt Paladin?
Guys, Dave and I are referencing a game from like 6 years ago. I remember judging him so hard for making paladins with Celts in a 4v4 Nomad game. And we have brought this up every so often for years. And Dave was like, yeah, man, they're fast. They're stronger than Woats. The only thing is they suck if they're up against Halberdiers. And here we are. They're not up against Halberdiers. They're not even up against any ranged units, right? It's not like...
He hasn't shown anything to Admiral.
No.
So Admiral doesn't know that they're waiting, and this is the correct play from John. A lot of players would stream these in when they have like 10, but you wait till you have 20 or 30, you wait till the Paladin upgrade is in, and then when they show up at John's base, or sorry, at Admiral's base, he's gonna be panicking.
Let's see how fast that pikeman click is. Now he sees it. He's like, what? What is this? He'll probably start queuing something else. He didn't even have champion yet. And the Trebs here are going to go down, Dave. It looks like the castle's going to go up then for John. And Paladin is in.
Paladin. And they just seem unstoppable at this moment in the game, right? What if they get into the economy? Oh, boy.
Yeah, and the Trebs are here to back it up, Dave. This is a really good mind game here from John the Fearless.
The gold that you've invested in those Paladins, you're gonna make it back by securing that middle area.
Yeah,
you can now go to all that gold in the middle.
Yeah, he's gonna spread out here to raid the farms. Admiral didn't even click pike. And Japanese two-handed swordsmen, they're no joke. You know, they attack fast, and there's the pike and click. But I think the problem here is how much ground Admiral's going to lose before he eventually even hits Halp. And I don't think he's ever going to get there without losing his castles and his base.
Yep. Here we go. Treb's moving forward. Another castle's going to go down. The Paladin just seem unstoppable at the moment in the economy.
It's still 160 HP. They might lack that armor upgrade. Still 160 HP. And John the Fearless. The first time we've seen Celt Paladin in a big tournament in... Well, I can't remember the last time.
I can't remember another time.
Yeah. What a great call here, Dave. Especially with how this game developed. It was just the perfect time for it. And now, if pikemen start coming out, guess what? You go into Woad Raiders. And now he's getting armor. And so it was perfect. And the game ends. John the Fearless goes up 3-1 against the Admiral.
Fantastic game sense. Imagine at the beginning of the game, going into it, it's like you're Celts against Japanese. Your winning move is to make Paladin.
Well, that's actually what makes this so impressive, because you can never, and this is why I can't answer any darn question that any person asks me on Low Evil Legend Day, because it depends on the situation.
Mm-hmm.
And in this situation, it just made sense for Admiral to go champion, and then John the Fearless recognized that and just prepped it. And the beauty is of the level of play, by the way, it seems like John the Fearless is a big fan. Thank you for that farm. The beauty of it, Dave, is that he was like making the stables before the barracks were even completed by Admiral. So he just knew the direction this game was going to go. Of course, had the gold too.
And hid them too. It's just so good. And as soon as he showed it to Admiral, it was already an unstoppable wave.
Yeah.
And he's just proving that he deserves to be here in the finals. He's up 3-1. Look at the opponents he's gone through, and look at the opponent he's up against. He's truly fearless.
And Dave, that's 2 straight games where Admiral could have won. You know, it's not, it looks like a stomp with the way the Paladins came in, and that was really clutch. But Admiral was ahead by 20 villagers in the previous game. Here, it was neck and neck economically, though I'd give John the slight lead. And Japanese, if they don't try and go into that Trebor, which I feel was a mistake, you've got the Samurai Halb in your back pocket. So it's got to be frustrating for Admiral, because he'll recognize this. And if you watch these games back, it's just John the Fearless with a few moments, and those moments turn to wins. 1 win away is John the Fearless from being the Hidden Cup 4 champion, when the prize pool at this point... Is that updated? That is updated. 88,000 in total. A lot going to first, and a lot going to every participant in this game, in this tournament, excuse me, because of the support from you all. So let's keep it up, please. Dave and I need your energy. We still have the big reveal after the finals, but I'm on that hype train for Admiral to see if he can bring it back.
Hey, Europe, how you holding up over there? It's getting late.
Yeah, seriously. We
still
started
here?
so early for you, Europe. You know,
Still here?
the chat slowed down a little bit, you know? They've slowed down a little bit.
I think we need to speed it up. We're going into game number 5 here.
We'll speed it up. I'm fine. Now, the thing is, there's been so many people who've showed up. I can't call you out individually, of course, from awkward time zones to watch this stream. There have been people who started watching at 2 a.m. their time, Dave. So you can have no complaints about the time because Australia's out there, Japan's out there, all these crazy countries from the other side of the world are out there, Dave. And we have game number 5 now. It will be on Quarry. Wait a second.
Nope.
Oh, I'm still
That's
so
game
used to
7?
recorded games. I went back into my recorded game folder, and it was Evalio versus John the Fearless from game 5. My bad.
No, this one's going to be on slopes, and we have 3 minutes left in the spec countdown.
Okay, cool.
And I'm looking at the civs here, and one of the civs is predictable. The other one is interesting choice from John.
It's a little predictable in a sense for who we think John the Fearless is. Slopes is a map we have maybe yet to see in the main event, but we saw it all the time in the qualifier. And it's a civilization where you've seen a lot of food income and a lot of scouts and a lot of camels and knights and Croco. You're insane. Thank you again. My word. But yes, Admiral has gone for the Indians, people. And John the Fearless is like, I don't care about all your power spikes. I just want to wall, make archers, and farm. And he's gone for the Mayans.
I don't think I've ever seen Mayans against Indians on this map.
I saw...
Maybe Aztecs. I saw the Aztecs on here, but not the Mayans.
So, I think Mayans and even Vikings here are really strong. Because if you get into something like Alb or Pike Archer, Indians just struggle so much, right? What do Indians really do against even Eagle play in Castle Age? Because they can't get knights out. So depending on how defensive John the Fearless is, which he's been great at in this tournament, I could definitely see this going well for him. But tons of food out there for Indians, cheap villagers. And
if you're the Indians player, do you open scouts and then go into light cav? I mean, you can't really go into camels here, right?
I think you actually go man-at-arm opening, believe it or not.
Okay.
Especially against John the Fearless, because you know John the Fearless is going to be walled by the time you get there with scouts. So
you could go into cav archers later too, as well.
Like, just go crossbow and elite skirm in the mid game if you need it. And I think the only issue there again with Indians is what if it becomes a matter of eagles and pikemen? You want to go longswordmen as Indians? It just doesn't seem to fit too well.
I think the only answer here is Elephant Archer, to be honest. We've worked our way through all the other units,
true.
So Elephant Archer seems reasonable.
We've seen Mangadai today. We've seen Conics today. We
saw Drill Onager today.
We did. It didn't do very well.
We saw it.
Yeah, it got some highlights for us, which is good for the highlight guy. The poor Elephant Archer. I love the small group of people in chat who are still thinking that it's Barles the Fearless. Barles the Fearless. That'd be nuts. Thank you to Holy Smokes for the donation. Says, thanks for all the hard work making Hidden Cove 4. I'm having a blast watching these great games. Thank you. Yeah, the games have been good. The support's been unreal. And we will have the final game. Or not the final game. It's live. What am I talking about? I'm that sure John the Fearless is going to win, apparently. I think you've got to go aggressive here, Dave. You have to go very aggressive, in my opinion, with Indians. And I have to open Capture Age again.
It would be oddly fitting if it was the final game, though, because think about the final game in the last Hidden Cup finals. It was on slopes, was it not?
It was. I think that was Incas, right? Incas and Indians, right? It was some YOLO play from...
the desperation play,
yeah. Yeah, I just think this is going to be a clash of styles again. And it's the same things we've been bringing up as I'm in here at about a minute now about the difference between John the Fearless and the others. We designed these maps to incentivize players to expand to different resources, to take some risks. And I think after this tournament, whether John the Fearless wins or loses this grand final, we're going to have to go back to the drawing board and make the risks worth it a little more. Because John the Fearless is just like, screw your risk. Why would I ever expose my villagers when I have a sure thing in farms? So, again, my expectation is I think that John the Fearless is not going to take heavy advantage of the resources on the sides. I think that he's going to play into walls between these mini wood lines, Dave, and try and get into some type of a position with archers and maybe a switch into eagles and spears.
Does he open straight archer, or does he go... do you go men-at-arms? Do you go drush beforehand? Like, what's the strategy here for John?
So I could see it being a concern. Let me think about this, right? Because if you go for the barracks before the mill, I don't see you having a fast uptime here because your deer, if you're not taking advantage of it, are far away. So I could see full wall. I think if we're being realistic with John, he probably does go for a barracks opening and maybe goes for man-at-arms, but I'd be surprised if we see a drush here.
Okay, both players going out with their scouts. Blue immediately going to the deer and the shorefish. So he's gonna check that out and then maybe check back there later.
Yep.
I think if you would ask him though, he'd be under the impression that John the Fearless would stay at home based on what he's seen.
Yeah.
So far in this set, and maybe if you watch the semifinal as well. John the Fearless kind of going out to that left-hand side, but not even enough to, see the deer. So he won't even know if Admiral goes out there.
You do always know they're there. And here's John the Fearless now. Now, if he wanted to steal that boar, he could. I think that would be a big mistake. He's going to let it go. It's weird to me that he didn't confirm the left side, Dave. But maybe he feels like he could just sense it. And he is going to head over to the right side now and check this side at least. Yeah, both players checking it, Dave. And this is so far how I thought this game would open up. We have the mill at home defensive on the berries for John, sticking to his builds. And then here he confirms that the Indian player is taking all that food. By the way, someone in Twitch chat just said, this is breaking news, they saw Hera at the store. They just got back, and they saw Hera at the store. So, this might not be Hera in the blue. Apparently, he was at the store. I don't know what to think now.
Okay.
Eagle attacking here and being annoying, Dave. I like how you're like, how do I respond to that one? Okay,
I got nothing. Sorry. He is being very annoying, and no loom on that villager. And look at the idle time it's forcing too.
It's amazing micro to be able to do this and also shop at the same time. And don't tell me that villager's going to die. He should die. Quick wall.
John is... Ooh, wow.
All right, Viper confirmed here in the final, possibly. Kappa, no Kappa.
Is he really going to go back there, though? You know this eagle's on the hunt.
I think you shouldn't send your villager back to work here. Come on, Admiral.
The scout is coming back. So this eagle is idling 3 villagers, causing annoyance, and forcing the scout to be back over here.
Oh, there's an opportunity. Oh, I like the micro from Admiral, though. If he gets 1 or 2 more hits with it...
It's dead.
No, it's not. Is it? Is it really? Is it? No, it's not. At this point, they're both trolling. What the? The thing is that scout could help Dave. I just think... Okay, as another hit gets in here.
It's just the dumbest thing I've ever... Actually, no. Right after that Islands game, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
This is the second dumbest thing we've ever seen. And the villager gets saved, Dave. At least I think so. John definitely knows. Okay, is John going to find that? I don't think so. So, well played, Admiral, who should be able to pounce on this eagle in a second. And now you see the game plan from John is to not go for man-at-arms. It's just an archer opening. Oh, no, I lied. Man-at-arms as the militia are on the way.
Man-at-arms give himself some time to wall with some forward pressure, maybe some time to get the archer ranges down. That was a huge play from Admiral to save that villager. Yeah. I thought 100% that villager was going to die.
And look to the other side. I think this is how Indians have to win the matchup. So you have to take the risks to get the food. And Dave, if that eagle spotted, yeah, that eagle should be dead meat here in about 10 seconds. See the scout trying to block because the scout, when it gets the extra attack and speed in Feudal just now, will kill that eagle. So great opening for Admiral. A theme here. Like that happened in the previous 2 games. He just couldn't close it out.
Mm-hmm.
And I like the opening. I think I mentioned this before the game. Just take the pressure to the Mayans and do not allow them to wall up while you take the risky food.
And John, not quite in the feudal age yet, so Admiral can force him into a fight while he's still got militia here.
No man-at-arm upgrade, though, Dave. If that was on the way, it'd be a good position. And John the Fearless will actually have the man-at-arm upgrade first, but doesn't have his eagle. Relying on walls.
Admiral's going stable behind this. He's going militia and drush into scouts.
Wait, what the? Really?
Yeah, weird, man.
Well, it's not. It's so weird. It might catch out John the Fearless.
Especially, well, he is on the fish on both sides, so he does have the food income. Usually that's the problem, right? But with Indian fishermen,
the thing is, it's so fast. That food income is so unbelievably fast. As you see a quick wall attempt here from John the Fearless, and he has not completely got this off, Dave. Villagers have to run.
For him, he's forced to delete that house. I think he will get back with these villagers, though, but that's certainly annoying if you're in this position.
Oh, blocked again. Oh, God, the power of man-at-arms. And there's still more to look at here. I just hope Admiral can find some reward, and does.
Yep, gonna get one.
But now his own villagers, and whoop, running home.
Good awareness from Admiral to, well, all of that is going on. As soon as he sees the blue dots at the top, he pulls his villagers away.
I think the scouts will be all about, oh my goodness, the archer's even in harm's way. John, this is the thing, like, so many players would not play Mayans man-at-arm archer opening. It's just the way that John feels comfortable playing.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't look good on this map at times.
Yep, he might get a villager with his men-at-arms, though. He's still chasing her from Admiral. I think Admiral's looking for an opportunity to quick wall.
It kind of looks like it. I mean, he really should focus his attention on microing down the villagers. And, oh, the mill needs to be deleted! And the blocking, and, well, in the end, the villagers survive, and this villager, oh!
He saved her.
Oh, my goodness. That was disgusting. Admiral is not finished yet, Dave. Not finished at all. And needs to maybe get some scouts out here. I haven't seen the numbers yet. The villager's just going to sit there and delay those man-at-arms.
I look over at chat for 1 second. Everyone's like, Pog, champ, Pog. Yes, let's go, Viper. Some guy in all caps is like, actually doubt. Come on.
After the highlight moment, Admiral, you've got to do this to your fans. What a brutal moment, Dave. I almost said Dan. Where did Dan come from? But I like Admiral's position, and I think it just comes down to these scouts, Dave, because this has never been scouted.
Oh, no, she's dead.
Well, you know.
Worth
it. I mean, it did distract the man-at-arms. And, again, it's just weird because with one spearman with the archers, John's going to be fine. So the scouts have to get value, and this is a huge surprise, I'm sure. And that archer there goes down.
Yeah, it's not something you see, right? Militia into scouts?
Yeah.
Who does that?
Admiral does that. I've never seen this. I did not see this in the qualifier. So it makes me think it's a top 8 player or just a prepared strategy, of course.
I mean, it makes so much sense if you have the fish income.
Yeah.
You can make it work.
Yeah, and could even take the other corners too, Dave, as you see the scouts engaging here. Now, this is before armor, and that was really cute from John to hide the archers there and allow the villagers to get some hits. And this is what I mean about the spearmen, but I don't think the scouts are finished.
And it's a ton of scouts, too. He's got 3 more at home, and he's keeping them at home because he knows the men-at-arms are still around there somewhere.
I think John just needs to play his game and wall at this point. Like, when you see the extra scout investment and the upgrades over at Admiral's base, I think you just need to wall. And he did sort of just defend there. Because the scouts are going to be coming in here. As the villagers are pulled, the scouts are pulled, everything will get cleared up. Didn't see any villagers die. Just been 1-to-1 with Vil picks here, Dave. But big food investment for these scouts.
Yeah, more scouts on the way. He queues up another one.
Well,
unlimited production of scouts. He's run out of shorefish, though. He's onto the deer now, and he's going to be running out of berries soon, too.
Well, the thing is, I think this is a misplay from John to run forward. I could be wrong, but if the scouts were all grouped up, I think they should kill that every time. Okay.
Shot it.
But again, just pull all your scouts back here, and the spearmen and the archers go down. This hurts for the Mayan player. They need to have their numbers long term. And we'll see everything go down, as I said, in that micro from Admiral, keeping all the weak scouts alive. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Does lose one there.
John needs to do something about this gold ASAP. He just lost that army. He needs to wall here right now.
Yeah.
Okay, he's doing it. Perfect response from him. He's already walled the sides. He's got a very John the Fearless looking base right now with walls on every angle.
Yep.
And the gold is going to be secure by the time the scouts get here. And Admiral is looking out on the edges. But like you said before, John the Fearless not even biting on the extra resources.
Did John even scout his own side? Okay, he didn't even scout his own side, which is just so typical. Look at the scouting on this map. He doesn't care. But I'm wondering if it's worth it to send villagers across to the other corner. Is that too risky, maybe? And we're talking, if you're Admiral, of course, to take the corner from John the Fearless right now.
I don't think so.
Right.
I think it might actually be a good play.
We're gonna see a second barracks here from John. I'm sure of it, and it'll be a spear eagle play.
Wait a second, is that a hole
Where?
in John the right beside the barracks?
There is a hole there. And the thing is, Admiral hasn't just clicked past here. He's just checking, because you would never assume there's going to be a hole. Both players on the way to Castle Age Day at nearly identical times. 40
Yep,
villagers
and
versus 45.
if John doesn't notice that hole, most likely, if these scouts are kept over here as one is moonwalking backwards, they can be upgraded to light cav, get that armor upgrade, and if they go into the economy at that point, oh boy.
I think he's
be a
going to come
disaster.
home now. Does he see? Yeah, he sees the army, and he knows he can pounce on that. So I think he's going to go into light cav here. He has a lot of scouts. Now, granted, many of them are weak because of his good micro earlier.
The only part of the base from John the Fearless that he hasn't explored is the part with the hole. He sees everything else.
Wait, say that again. You mean what Admiral scouted?
Yeah.
Oh, you're kidding me. What are the freaking odds of that? Oh, I would assume it was walled as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What's this gate? I've seen some players do this. Admiral has done it a lot in this tournament. What player would make that gate like that, Dave? It's smart, I'd say.
Yeah, you don't want a big surface area to attack, right?
Yeah. Someone's saying CBA gate. We've got some CBA players out there.
It is a CBA gate. I'll
It
give him that
is a
much.
CBA gate, man. I remember my CBA days. I had some guy come on stream like 3 months ago, like, yo, we used to play CBA all the time back in 2013 on HD. Like, whoa, I haven't seen this name in a long time. That's pretty cool. But yeah, I guess at this point, Admiral is going to kill this, Dave. I'm still rather surprised that John moved out with them, truthfully.
Okay, TC on the wood line to the north for Admiral. So he's branching out to that wood already. I don't see a second TC yet, a third one yet, but he is getting the light cav upgrade.
Did he just miss? He missed them. He missed them. And again, that weird spread formation. I can't really attribute that to any player.
It makes sense if you're looking for something.
Is that a Jordan thing to do? Does that? People are saying
Barrels?
Vinchester does that. Barrels does? Dude, I would absolutely love for it to be someone like Vinchester or Barrels
I
here.
know, me too.
I don't know, man. Now, at this
Okay,
point,
like that
since both
from-
are in Castle Age, Admiral's got to know that the enemy is not going archers, because the archers are not upgraded. And this is what I mentioned before the game. Like, going all in with Eagles is absolutely disgusting and hard to stop for the Indian player. What do you make against that, Dave? It's the light cap pounce. You're going to be making camels of all things.
Yeah, you don't even have the knight option, right?
Don't have the knight option. Longsword seems too slow and, of course, can be countered by the archers if you go for it. And Admiral, realizing this is a bit of a pickle, is going to run away. I think it was round 2. Shout out to Daniel, an American player who was playing in the qualifier, and he went 1 TC, all in, Eagles and Rams against Indians, and just destroyed. And I think that Hera has learned a thing or two from that.
Mm-hmm.
I just not Hera, sorry. John the Fearless. John the Fearless, who we still could be wrong on. I apologize. It's been a long day. But the stables are on the front, and they're just going to get rammed down, Dave. And we see a barracks on the back for Admiral. He's going to try longsword. He has to.
Yeah, he's gonna switch into it. It's either longsword, you go a couple extra stables and spam light cav, which doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
Or maybe you try and mass cav archers, which also doesn't feel good.
After 4 days, and for the players, weeks and weeks and weeks of practicing, preparation, all of these things, John the Fearless is 1 win away from being the Hidden Cup 4 champion. And I can have no arguments, Dave, based on the amount of players he's had to slay to get here. Can he finish off the Admiral? Does the Admiral have a few more games in him here? It's pricey.
Ooh.
He's actually using the market to get resources for these longswordmen.
Yep. He needs that tech switch really quickly, and John actually found the TC in the north as well.
Can't do much about that right now, unless, of course, there's no reaction, an instant reaction from Admiral, who's buying a lot of food. And we'll have quite a few longswordmen. Light Cap
Siege
coming in and
Workshop
taking
as
out the
well.
Scorpion. That was really good from the Admiral.
It feels like it's going to be too late, this switch from Admiral.
Well, he's got 6. And he's got the TC there, actually, Dave. I think with the TC protection, it is awkward with the Scorpions in there, but it seems somewhat realistic he might be able to hold for the time being. But if this gets worse, like now Crossbowman's going to be teched into. If the Archer's in there too, then it is very awkward. I'll agree with you.
Yeah, John doing all of this on 1 TC, by the way.
Interesting. So it's fallen behind in Vills, but it's also picked off some villagers here. 3-1 with the Eco KD. The Light Cap just melt. And the swordsmen are slowly pushing back here.
And the Eagles are in the back. There's a group of Eagles in the back. The swordsmen are trying to
Wow.
catch out the crossbows in the front. But the mobility of the Eagles coming into play.
Yeah, and Admiral just can't catch up right now, Dave.
And
Just
he's
like that
still
one
idling
game.
that TC. He was just attacking the TC in the north. And Admiral, I think he thought the Eagles were gone. So he ungarrisoned all those villagers are going to die.
Oh, no, Admiral. He can't keep up with it, Dave. And now, I guess the crossbows have been cleared out, but there will be more. And the Eagles are still running around. This is why Eagles destroy any civ that has to go longswordsman in this spot, because you're just going to outmaneuver the longswordsman at this level.
Yep, the long swordsman coming into Blue's base and getting decimated, and more Eagles on the way looking for openings in Admiral's economy. They're trying to bust through the wall in the north, and they're through, Tristan.
That was fast, man. Did he get arson? That was really fast. And he'll see the villagers and say, okay, I'll take those 2. Thank you. That is villager kill number 18. Make it 19 here in a second. And who even needs TCs at this point if you can just kill villagers like this?
Yep.
But I still think you should do something. And he says, let's go Imp. A page out of Danny Boy's book, the exact strategy that I'd referenced before, Dave. And it's just maybe the predictability of Indians being picked here. And I remember the same thing in game 1 with Bulgarians being that excellent counter against the expected Aztecs pick.
Mm-hmm.
Really
And
sick strategy.
You just keep running around the eco with the Eagles and maybe try and focus some attention on that TC in the north. I mean, Red Admiral, he's going to start having resource problems soon, right?
Yep.
A lot of his villagers have been killed. His wood lines keep getting hit.
And maybe just for now, John doesn't want to lose his units. And is he just going to go into ARBs? Come on, don't cheat.
No,
Don't go back into ARBs. That's
Admiral's
cheating.
going into Cav Archers, which I think if Cav Archers were going to be viable, that was a decision he needed to make
A while
at
ago.
the beginning.
Yep.
Yep.
Maganel even goes down there, Dave. Just running complete circles here is Admiral. He's got to be dizzy. Even I'm dizzy watching it. John the Fearless, he's doing so good with Eagles. He might end up doing both here. But he is adding more ranges, too. But I think Crossbowman with even Eagle with a few upgrades and Rams would be
he's going to
sick.
have enough for a castle soon, too.
Crazy what 1 TC aggression is doing here. I mean, say what you want about, and that hole's still there, but say what you want about kind of breaking the meta by not taking the side resources. But 1 TC is not really something you see frequently.
Remember the opening for him, too, losing a couple villagers at the back, being
I know.
idled on the berries and whatnot, like not going out to the extra resources.
I think it's like the transitions are so much, it's so much easier for you as we see supplies come in from Admiral, and he will need a lot of long swordsmen to hold. It's definitely so much easier for you if you stay and take no risk here. I think there can be a finer balance too, but I think out of respect for the opposition, we haven't seen John the Fearless taking any massive risks throughout this
Here
tournament.
comes the castle. And it's right on that hill, right smack dab in the middle of that tiny little hill in front of Red's base. He is in the Imperial Age. He is upgrading his crossbows now. And his eagles as well.
This could be the moment. This could be the moment. If the castle goes up, the eagles are definitely breaking through. Even Bracer's going to be in. How can he afford all of this?
Bracer, ballistics, elite eagle.
Shot she kicked.
Crazy.
What a feeling this has got to be if you're Admiral. Does he see that castle? He does. I think he knows if he doesn't stop this castle, it's probably game over.
This is probably the last fight of Hidden Cup 4. Brace yourselves, folks. The Cav Archers are coming. The Longswords are coming. The Scorpions are trying to get hits. He has to deny this castle. And I don't think he's going to be able to do it.
There's just no way. Even if the fight's 50-50, well, not doubt.
Once the castle goes up.
Yeah.
The castle goes up, he can't win it, I don't think.
Yeah, pretty much what I was thinking. Even if the fight's decent, you still have a castle on your face, and now there's going to be more units streaming in. Your longswordsman did cost food, despite the supplies tech. I think that Admiral should fight on here, Dave. You've still got a Vil lead. You should know that this has got to be some type of 1TC play. But as I say that, we have a champion. It is 4-1 for John the Fearless, Dave. What a performance. What a player. And I think when the reveal comes in and the interview comes in, we'll have a lot of questions to ask. But this isn't just a player who played heavy behind walls all the time. This isn't a player who is a complete meta player, this Hidden Cup. It was, you had Bulgarians in game one frequently. You had Mayans here, 1TC play. You had out-of-the-box strategies and comeback victories when it was needed. Complete performance.
Excellent defense, excellent strategy, excellent execution, and amazing game sense from John. And what a fighter to go through all the amazing opponents. Like, you just think of the list of people he had to beat to get here. Unbelievable. And winning it 4-1, so fitting for him. He definitely deserves it.
All right, so we're not going to waste any time here getting down to the important part of Hidden Cup. If you have not already, below the stream, sorry YouTube, but below the stream if you're here live, there is an image or link that you can access, and you can input your 16 guesses for the player identities. You need to do that now because this closes soon. So you've had all day. If you haven't done it, do it now and make it quick. I think we're going to have, I have to get an update actually from the staff here, but I think we're looking at something like maybe 5-10 minutes before we close it. If you get all 16 correct, you get a prize. You do have a budget for that. So if like 2,000 people get it all correct, then that's a problem. A lot of people are saying there's no link. Hold on a second. I'm being told we close in 5 minutes. Let me confirm that it's there for me, chat. It wouldn't be there if you're on your phone, sadly. It says guessing and you just have to click it, chat. So you might need to refresh your stream. If it's not there for you, refresh your stream. And I'm sure it will show up there. All right, yeah, it closes in 5 minutes. So I'm going to give you guys time to do that. Dave's going to, just take a break real quick. Charipa's going to gift more subs, apparently. Guys, it's been about 11 hours for me with very little breaks and a lot of casting, and the big reveal's coming. So we are going to have to take a break, of course. We'll get the winner and possibly second place in for an interview. I'm not doing any voting here because we've done a lot of voting for the players, and we do have to prep some things. Apologies for any delays here, as I know the hype is real, but do not go anywhere if you want to find out all the identities for the players and the big conclusion here for Hidden Cup 4, because we don't know who that winner is just yet. We'll be right back, and I believe this is the scene here. Oh, no, this is the scene we need. Yes, see you soon. By the way, I don't know if Matt's in chat, but this music is actually made by a big supporter of the channel, Matt Salsa. No longer pilot music. It's really good stuff. All right, chat. We've had a lot of spam the last 4 days. I'm going to want spam when the day ends. What in the name of what is that? Jeez. Let's get some spam going. Of salutes, please. And some PogChamps and whatever emote you desire, truthfully. As we get down to this reveal. I had to take a quick shower here. As I've been sitting here all day. And it was disgusting. Not going to lie. But I'm ready for this moment. This is the conclusion, the big finale of Hidden Cup, and also your last chance, just to get one more last Twitch Prime plugin, because when am I ever going to have 60,000 people sitting here who could try it? Last chance to up that price pool. Thank you, everyone. Akademos, I don't even know what to say about that right now. Charipa, thank you, too. I'll be sending out a lot of thank you whispers after this event, apparently. Whoa! Thank you, Twitch Primes. Come on. 60 seconds. It's your last chance. It's your last chance to take money out of Jeff Bezos' pocket. When do you ever have a chance to do that? And directly into John the Fearless's pocket. Well, and others, technically. So, everybody. There you go. I wish you could capture this moment right here. Oh my goodness, there's so many people. This is crazy. What in the name of what the... The subs almost drown out the archery range jokes. This is what we need to avoid that joke in this stream, apparently. Thank you, Lieutenant Dan. Thank you, Flopshot. Thank you, Nacho. Thank you, chat. Thank you, everybody. Oh. Okay, I was supposed to stop the song there. Thank you for the support, chat. This is the moment. And we do have some interesting data to share here, so you're going to have to bear with me, because obviously I don't know who the players are in this event. And no information could be shared with me, and we couldn't do a ton of testing on how this all works, because it pretty much comes down to, it's on the fly thing at the end of the event, right? And I don't even know what overlay guy has prepared. The prediction page is closed. Charipa, stop. You've done enough, Charipa. Everyone else is fine, but you seriously, oh my word. Slow down, my friend. Thank you. I don't understand what's happening. All right, listen. So, I said before the event that we would give a prize to the people who would guess correctly. Now, we had a budget for this, and the budget was quite high. The budget was $500. We had thousands of entries. 105 people got all 16 correct. So you're going to get a really cool sticker. We'll have to figure something out. I can't make any promises there, but congratulations to 105 people. That's pretty cool. And we'll get more data out after Hidden Cup. That way you guys can see what things end up looking like in the backside there. And of course, pretty soon what we're going to have is not only the player reveals, but also the guesses. So when a player played around, what they do is they'd of course report their result, and they'd say to Robo, who handles the back end, I think I played this person. Last year we had some good ones. Dave, welcome back. This is the fun end of Hidden Cup.
Yeah, what an end it was too. Man, John the Fearless just carrying it out to the finish. And I can't wait for the reveal here, Tristan. This is my favorite part of every single Hidden Cup. This is the fourth one, and I never get tired of it.
Yeah, I know. And I didn't submit my guesses, but I think there's going to be quite a big surprise at some point in this round of 16 especially. So viewers, if you're ready, what we're going to have here, according to the list, the order that's been read off to me, is we're revealing the guesses of the players. And there's the bracket. That's everything that went down. We're going to reveal the guesses of the players, the stream, and the guessing website for the fallen heroes of the round of 16. should be on screen in just a moment here. I don't know if there's a video or what here. Oh, interesting. Okay, Dave. So, what this means is, and my brain is fried at this point, but we've got some interesting ones here. So I'm going to start at the top. The Warwolf guessed that he beat MBL. I believe that's what that means, correct? He believes he beat MBL. The stream, I guess we didn't get a poll on that or something. And the prediction page guessed that Jacqueline was Barles. Wait a second. What are you surprised by Harold Hadrada's guess here? Or Sanjata's guess on Harold Hadrada?
Yeah, he guessed that it was Jordan.
Wait a second. This is not matching up at all right now. Like everywhere it's not matching up. You look at Admiral guessed that he beat Barles, and then the stream and the prediction page said that was MBL. Guys, we either screwed up or the players did here. One or the other. Like, none of these match. Like, wait a second. Edward Longshanks guessed that he beat the Viper. 3-1.
I'm very confused right now.
Is that doubt? He did that before when he won a round. Is that doubt? He beat Fire 3-0 and said he thought he was playing the Viper in Hidden Cup 3. Okay, moving on. John the Fearless thought he was playing Dogao. We all thought that was Tato. And then Philip the Good thought he was playing Dogao, and we all thought it was Nikov. Could we have been any more off base from the player guesses?
Yeah, this is crazy, man. This is more off base than usual. We're usually way off.
I mean, I'm just wondering who's right. Either all the viewers were right, which makes the players wrong, or the players were right and the viewers were wrong, and either way that makes Hidden Cup a success. Let's find out. Okay, I was told there was a tease or surprise, and I fell for that too. I was like, "Oh no, what's happening?" Oh wow, we just got debated by Overlay Guy Dave. But oh my goodness! So wait a second, that means we, the casters and the viewers, were more correct than the players were with their guesses.
Mm-hmm. And it also eliminates some potential names from who I think Admiral is, and I think we have a big upset for the second place finish here.
Yeah, seriously. Maybe we were all on base with who has moved along despite the surprises. Anyways, I can't think. Let's go. Okay, I was expecting another video there. I now see the situation, Dave. These are the guesses ahead of time, all right? I think people just want to see the video at this point, but I think we should appreciate it that Admiral Yisun thought he beat ACCM. Sanjata thought he beat MBL when we all thought it was Doubt. Ivilo thought he had beaten Backed, which was correct with us. And then John the Fearless thought he had beaten Leary. Let's see.
here, Tristan, and I'm really excited for these final reveals.
We are running out of names and running out of energy, so let's not tease the people any longer. Let's just go right for it. What was this tournament, man? What was this tournament? So first off, Hera finally does it. He finally does it. He finally gets past the Viper, gets past Leary, and got past Tato all in the same tournament to then beat Jordan. But then Jordan surprises everybody except for maybe the chat that's been saying it for days and made it to the final past some big names as well.
I just got chills in that video. I got chills for a couple reasons. Hera finally winning a tournament. He's put in the work. We've seen him since when he was like 16 years old, Tristan. We followed Hera. We've been saying he's the next guy. He's the big one. And finally he clutches a victory. And then Jordan, a blast from the past. We grew up watching Jordan, it feels like, in this community. And coming in second is such a big result for him, especially beating Mr. Yo. What a day for Age of Empires. Oh my god.
Seriously. And I think back, you had some crazy reverse, or one in particular, crazy reverse sweep with Doubt being down 2 games against Velez, and he was able to move on to eventually face Yo in an excellent set. I mean, you look at the results, it doesn't always do it justice, but this was an amazing tournament. And I think we have a lot to talk about, Dave, but we really should bring the winner in here. Some years we brought in the winner and second place. That's up to the players. I need to get an update from Robo here on the plan. But, we knew it was... Okay, he's here. Hera, I knew it was you already, and hello, Jordan, too. But
Hello.
way to, join the one TeamSpeak room 10 minutes ago by accident. I
No,
was like...
Robo told us.
Oh, okay,
I'm
my
under
bad, bro.
Robo's instructions, yeah.
Well, Hera, congratulations. How are you feeling, man? It's been a wild journey.
I mean, it's hard to really put the words for it, but I'm just so happy, for multiple reasons. I think after every round of this tournament, I was just super happy. And to finally win in the end, I don't know, it's just a great feeling.
So Dave mentioned the road that you had to get here, the amount of times you've run into big names and gotten so close. And then this bracket, I mean, if anyone was to have a complaint about random seeding, it would be you right now. You faced so many big names, man. How does it feel to win doing that right there?
Yeah, first round, when you don't know who it is, you go in and you see what happens, and then to go 3-2, it's a good player, it's a great player. So, and what a tough series. So I think every round is basically a tournament semifinal or final for me, straight up. And it's kind of nice though. That's the hidden cup aspect of it. So it's big risk if I lose, but then if I win, it feels even better, So it just makes the win a bit more sweet for me, and I'm very happy about that.
Do you remember the goal you had going into the second hidden cup? We were talking a lot back then prior to it. Do you happen to remember what you told me?
Yeah, I said I want to make it past round 1. I think I failed though. I lost round 1, but that was my goal, was to get past round 1.
That's crazy, man. That like it hasn't been that long in the grand scheme of things. Your goal is to get past round 1. You weren't able to do it then, and now here you are, and you've transformed, man. That's amazing. Now, apologies in
Thank you.
advance to you and Jordan, because I'm exhausted and we didn't know who you were, so it's hard to kind of prepare questions and whatnot. But if it's cool with you, Hera, I'm going to bounce back and forth here and also interview Jordan a bit.
All good, all good.
Cool. Jordan, hello.
Hey.
Uh,
Hello. Sorry.
No worries, Jordan. How are you feeling? Obviously, you made it to the final, and the expectations are always there for you to try and compete and win. But how are you feeling about Hidden Cup 4 and your performance?
I'm just amazed by the fact that I was able to perform so well. I was obviously very fortunate with the bracket. I think Hera definitely had a tougher road to the finals. But yeah, it's just, I felt like I was playing so much better than I expected to play. So yeah, super happy about it.
Okay, yeah. Obviously, with the way the brackets shape up, it can be tough from time to time. But I think you should cut yourself a little bit of slack, because MBL's made it to two Hidden Cup finals. You beat him 3-1. You also got past Mr. Yo somewhat convincingly. What elevated in your game here, Jordan, to be able to get past some of these big names who've been at the top of these tournaments for the last couple of years when you've been gone?
It's really hard to say. I think just the practice I've put in the last weeks and months really helped me to perform really nicely in this tournament. And therefore, I think in tournaments I also play much better than in ladder games. And therefore, I was able to, I think, surprise some people.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. How much were you watching, Jordan? Did you see all the people that were screaming your name in the early rounds?
Yeah, I was following a lot, and also my Discord channel, people discussing about who I could be, and it was just a blast. And I saw everyone was confused about Admiral, so I really enjoyed that for sure.
Were you offended at all when people were like, "No, that
No.
can't be Jordan"?
No. I totally understand when people would say no chance that's Jordan, right? Because me as a viewer, I would say the same. Because I felt like I played so much better than a few weeks ago. So it was just entertaining for me to see that.
Okay. Well, Hera, kind of a similar question for you. I feel like
Yeah.
with Katyan and Hidden Cup 3, it just felt like you rather early. And I even had that weird boar video with your, the villager inside the TC thing, all these like scheming tricks.
Yeah.
And then people were screaming you rather early. What's it like from your perspective when that happens?
What's funny is I should talk about something in relation to that. Like, remember the first round chat? First of all, I forgot that it was Rex and they can see my chat. And I got really frustrated because I had literally 6 hotkey problems in the biggest tournament of my life.
Yeah.
And I think that gave me away. Like that just kind of like helped it. But also I feel like my playstyle is kind of just hard to keep hidden.
Yeah.
Especially those that watch watch a lot of my games. Generally they know what my playstyle looks like. So I'm okay with people figuring me out, though. I'm okay with that.
You did promise me you'd put a Genitor in the corner, and I'm happy for you, but I'm upset.
Dude, there's no gold rush. I didn't play a single. I even picked it against Jordan, but that was actually just to not have to play it, because I think it's too much of a wild map. And I didn't want to risk it. So yeah, no gold rush. But if I got it, I would have tried, I think.
There were a few. So do you know why the hotkey problems happened? Was it like after maybe you guys played after a recent patch that screwed it up or something?
No, I think when I copied my hotkeys from my main account, I accidentally copied an old version and I made some adjustments. You know what it was? Basically, my select all TC hotkey was my select all Barracks hotkey. And the worst part about that is my make villager is the same as make spearman. So I made 3 spearmen while I have idle TC in a tournament game. Game 1. Like, I'm already nervous. Game 1, this happens. It was so frustrating, but
okay.
These things happen,
Listen, yeah, you won, so at this point it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Robo's shaking his head right now, because I don't see all the things he sends to you guys. But knowing Robo, he was probably like, make sure you play a game with the hotkeys first.
I did, but I didn't play a whole game. I wasn't like 3TC macroing versus the AI, to make sure my go-to TC hotkeys is going well. So
yeah, okay.
I tested the basic hotkeys and just assumed, but I don't know. It doesn't matter in the end.
It's
Yeah.
funny how Microsoft not having SpecTet in the game actually like worked against you there, because you're just like, ah, no, this doesn't work. I can say whatever I want. That's funny.
Yeah. Feels bad, man.
Okay, so I'm just gonna keep talking here, Hera, because I have so
Mhm.
many questions for you. First round, you mentioned how you just knew when the series was going. How early on did you feel? Well, actually, you thought it was Dogao.
Yeah.
Okay. What like, the players are very similar. Give me some specific situations, possibly. What made you think that? Um,
Yeah, so I want to say in hindsight that's a really stupid guess because of the upside down question mark, which apparently is only for Spanish keyboards, so it had to be Taro because of that. I thought it's the same for Portuguese, or I thought it might have been someone trolling. I didn't really look into that, but for me it was just a really solid hybrid map player, and I guess Dogao, but
okay.
it made more sense that it was Taro. Like that was kind of a dumb guess for me in hindsight, but it's hard to tell for sure. But I knew it was a great hybrid map player, and or like water/hybrid, and well, Tata was a great hybrid map player. He played really well.
Yeah, seriously, that was so close, and that was actually a rematch of the semis of Hidden Cup 3, where I feel like the level was just close all around, right? Because you were quite ahead of him there last year. He was closer to you this year, and then you move forward, and you face Leary, I think for the first time in Hidden Cup. How soon did you know it was him?
From the scheduling chat beforehand, I was doing my thing trying to hide who I was, but I think the server kind of gave it away because I think we played on like UK West, and then just from talking, we've just figured out that it was me and him. So
Gotcha. Okay.
yeah, before the game started, we knew what was happening.
You're like, okay, that's a little weird. Yeah.
I even said in the Steam chat, I said, he said like, this time is like not good for you. It's like my 3 p.m. I want to push a bit later. And I said, question mark, me from China. And then he hit me with an XD. So we knew what was going on.
Me from China. Oh my God, dude. Yeah, there was actually a moment there where I thought someone, like, I get so into guessing who is who that when Backed used his broken English, which he's kind of known for, I thought that someone was screwing with us. I genuinely did for like a solid day or two. Okay, and then
It's hard to tell, honestly. It's hard to tell with the chatting.
okay, and then I mean, the next two are huge, right? Viper, Jordan, once like both the top two of the game. You were around back then, as Dave said, we were casting you when you're 15, 16 playing Arabia Huns, like the good old days. And then you face up against Viper. What about Viper? When did you know it was him? And you actually went down 2 games in that best of 7. Just tell me everything.
Yeah, so I knew it was Viper before going to the set, and that's because I had watched the round 1 at that point.
Yeah,
So like,
yeah.
I believe the first 2 rounds we played behind closed doors, or like my game wasn't casted in the first set, no Leary, so I didn't know. But Viper, I knew it was him.
Yep.
Playstyle, domination, it just same draft as the other GL players, which we narrowed down. So it had to be Viper, and yeah, I think like the set or the draft went really according to plan. Like I had planned a lot of things, and almost everything worked in my favor. However, execution was a bit sloppy for me in the early game. But I say sloppy, but I don't mean to take away from Viper's performance, because it was sloppy because he made me look sloppy. He punished so many of my bad habits of game 1 being, I think, overly defensive. Wasn't really happy with that.
Okay.
I have a tendency when I'm nervous to play extra defensive and like wall too early. And I was nervous going to that because it's Viper. He never lost a Hidden Cup. I lost him last time 4-0. So, the nerves were there. And I made a lot of big mistakes in the first one that just escalated to my loss. Game 2, I gained a bit more of my confidence as I was like, I have nothing to lose. Let's just give it my all. But he played fantastic to come back from that. I deleted a castle at 75% on a hill defensively. That would have stopped a lot of the raids. So there's kind of a problem there for me. The nerves are still there. So that was unfortunate, but like I think like that was just amazingly played from him to come back there. I think I played really well too in the beginning. Not really well, but decent enough with my strategy. But execution in the mid-late game, he stalled it out. He got the relics and he won. So props to him there. And then I think game 3, seeing myself get lamed was so demoralizing, but I just kept my head in the game, my mindset up, and I managed to beat him because Mongol sucks on that map.
Yeah. Yeah, you eventually come back. Obviously, I don't want to keep you guys for too long, right? And then you end up getting to the finals versus Jordan. Jordan, you make it to the finals. You guessed that you were up against Mr. Yo, so you seem to have an understanding you would topple the giant. You probably watched as well. Did you know, clearly, I'm going up against Hera in the final?
Yes, for sure. I mean, I saw the games Hera played, right? And once I saw, I think it was the first game against Tato, a lot of hussers, and that's kind of the trademark of Hera. So I was very confident that Hera would be him. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm gonna walk through briefly some of these games. I think we're gonna skip over the islands game though, because one thing I know for certain is that the viewers that are here do not care about islands. And so the number one rule of Hidden Cup: entertain the viewers and make sure that we deliver with what you guys want. So again, we'll skip over that. But game one, Arabia and Hera, talk to me about Bulgarians briefly, because you picked it twice in this tournament.
Bulgarians are super underrated. The reason I like them though is because it's kind of a civ that it has some bad matchups, but a lot of the bad matchups get banned or picked for other maps. So the matchups that are left for Arabia, Bulgarians does pretty well into all of them, and especially the Aztecs. Aztecs, Franks, Bulgarians. It's basically not like civ win because you can still lose obviously, but it's a great matchup. And Bulgarians is last pick in my draft, so. I'm surprised, no offense, Jordan, but I'm surprised you picked the Aztecs into it, despite seeing Tato also lose the Aztec matchup. Did you think that you can, Aztecs are better, or I didn't really expect you to go Aztecs there.
I didn't really have other civ in my mind which I could use for Arabia. That's why.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I want to pick Vietnamese first. Then I saw your draft, and I was like, you know what? He has only Aztecs, so.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, and I thought, okay, let's risk it.
Yeah.
I wanted to play mind games as well because I know that you expect me to have watched the games, right? So
yeah,
many mind games in there, but I figured even if I'm facing you against Bulgarians, I will try to make it happen.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you played it too good there.
Yeah, you played it really well too. Like that was as close as that matchup gets. I think in all my testing, Bulgarians was easier win than that one. So well played.
Thank you.
Game two, Jordan, you drop game one, you go to islands. This game.
We want to skip that one tonight.
Okay, you don't want to talk about it, but the viewers really want to talk about it. Let me just ask Hera this. Hera, why would you pick Vietnamese, bro?
Because I forgot to draft an island civ. Because my plan was to give that map up, but I was supposed to grab like a tier 2, like Byzantine, like a tier 2 island civ and try to win. And then I realized because I wanted Bulgarians last pick, I forgot the island civ. So I want to say it's like, oh, I'm gonna show off with a bad civ and still win, but no, it was just bad preparation or bad draft in the moment. So yeah, that was a rough one. But I think I did decent with Vietnamese in the end.
You had Vikings.
I didn't want to play Vikings there because if I play Vikings there and I lose my first pick on a map that I'm not really like. I don't really like islands, and Portuguese is really weird with Vitoria.
I was freaking out.
Okay.
Okay, yes, Vietnamese. He's not gonna play water. He's going to land me. I made outposts all over the place, and then and all of a sudden I see the guys. I'm like, oh shit.
Did you guys know that Vietnamese don't get fast fire ship?
Of course not.
I checked the tech tree before the game. I checked the tech tree before the game. I knew it.
Wow, you're advancing, Hera. You didn't have to check during the game. That's sick.
Believe it or not, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, Hera, do you think that game was winnable? Because that was a weird one for a while there. Do you genuinely think that despite the Fetorias, that was winnable?
I think if we remove Fetora from the game, which we should, then I think I would actually be able to win that game just because I get the middle island control. But I just don't understand how to play against Fetora. I think that's actually the reason why I didn't want to pick Vikings, because if you get to the same situation, you have an advantage and you can't end the game. Which Jordan, his defense was fantastic, by the way. It's so hard to outgrind the Fetora, and it just makes Portuguese like the most safe pick. Maybe not the best. Maybe Vikings, Italians, might be more powerful, but Portuguese is super safe.
Jordan,
it was actually it was actually stupid that I won that game. Hera played so much better. the first 40 minutes, right? I should not have any option to come back there, but the Fetorias, really, that's so OP on islands. That's so crazy.
Did you think you were dead at some point, though? Obviously, you have the Fetorias, Jordan, and you think, well, I've got a chance if these are up. But did you think that you were like still going to die to the Lightcav and the Trebs there for a bit?
Well, at the beginning, of course, when I lost the water, I realized, okay, that's a tough position for me. But when I hit imp and came back to water, I was feeling confident.
Yeah.
But Era has done a great job of doing water and land at the same time, and I was really struggling with that. And I have no idea how he managed to get so much pop.
Okay.
I was really struggling there. So yeah, there were definitely a lot of moments in the game where I felt like, okay, I'm losing this one.
Obviously, I'm not as good as you guys, but question, Jordan, because I know a lot. It's a habit for a lot of us who played for so long to control group buildings as opposed to using a select all this hotkey. Do you control group your docs or do you use the select all docs hotkey?
Usually select all.
Okay, because there was an instance there. Obviously, you can rewatch it, but like you had the res and the production just wasn't happening. So I think that was also a big part. But obviously, you're getting landed. Hera's like denying a castle with one knight with no upgrades. It was weird.
Yeah. I was a bit. Yeah, it was a mess, the game, right? So it was really hard for me to keep up there.
Sure. Okay. And was the next one Mudflow, Hera? I think so.
Yes.
Yeah, Mudflow. That was a crazy game.
Seriously, was. I'm sure that I have to get both your thoughts on this, but like, what were you thinking, Hera, when you get knights running through your base?
Yeah, well, first of all, I thought he was going to go Indians. That's the matchup I practiced. Franks threw me off a little bit. When I had the Knights, I don't think that was the worst of it. I think the worst of it was the Scout Rush, the super fast Scout Rush, spear forward. I mean, I know that's the danger with Khmer, but it still hit me really hard because I didn't have the barracks. So that was, that was a risky situation. At that point, what I was thinking was just trying to survive, playing as best defensively as I can. And if I lose, I lose. But really just focus on trying to mitigate damage and do counterattacks to throw off Jordan's focus.
Yeah. Jordan, what do you think went wrong there?
Sorry for hitting the mic.
I think I did a bad transition. I should have invested more into army instead of going for economy so heavily. I think I had a huge lead in terms of villagers, but yeah, they were all exposed right after my army got crushed. So Hera did the right move there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it was a quality game, right? I could easily see how you get like a moment here or there to stabilize there, Jordan, and you maintain your lead, which was it just led to a very close game. And then, am I missing something here? I think the next one was then set map.
Cup,
yes.
Yeah.
And Hera, there's one thing I want to bring up. Talk me through the paladins because that was sick.
I played a practice
paladins, man, as Celts.
Yeah, I can explain it. So because I played Japanese versus Viper Scouts, I knew that I was like, man, champions or samurai are so good here.
Yeah.
And then I was like, wait, they're too good. They're too good because they're too good in the sense that Japanese has to make that. And if they make champions, paladins is the only thing that Celts can make to destroy them. You can't go really siege because then you get raided and ships are a thing. And you can't go wood raiders because Japanese destroy them, especially samurai. So I played a practice game with Daniel 30 minutes before, or no, like in the morning today. And I went Scout Paladin. He's like, man, I got caught off guard. I didn't expect it. No time to make halbs. And I said, yeah, I think that's going to happen to Jordan as well.
Yeah.
So I just prepared it and showed it off. And it was right. Scout is the only Scout Paladin, although it sounds really weird. Because Jordan would never expect it. And because the map is so open that I'm able to one shot win the game. And if I don't win the game, I have the gold, so I pay back the paladin basically.
Yeah.
Great play, Hera.
Thanks, man. I was really, really proud of that one, to be honest.
Yo, you should.
I was like, what am I watching here?
You just gotta rewatch and listen to Dave's absolute Craigasm when he sees the paladins, because we've been talking about this for years, and Dave was just like, yes, it's finally happening, and it was a pretty epic moment.
Yeah, I mean, Scout Paladin is borderline a meme, so it's like, it's understandable.
I genuinely thought you were going to go Hussars there because it's you, Hera, and I'm like, oh my God, don't do this,
No, not that much into Hussars. I still like them, but not that much.
Okay, well, I guess when you have all the gold in the middle, you're like, Hussars.
Paladin is like the next Hussar. Yeah, it's a little bit worse because Hussar is Hussar, but Paladin with gold, I like that unit too.
Perfect. Well, final game then. I just want to hear the approach of you, Jordan, with the prep with the draft. Right, Indians very good on that map. Again, what were your thoughts when you saw the Mayan pick from Hera?
I was feeling confident because I knew I had the mobility on my side. If I open men at arms and then into scouts, I'm not sure if Hera expected that one. I think I caught him by surprise a bit.
Yes, you did.
And
I did not expect the scouts.
yeah,
Or
I
the men
saw
of
that on
arms.
the
Yeah.
reaction. Yeah,
Yeah.
but I think I just executed it not in a good way, and then also he had a perfect combination of eagles and archers. He just played it perfectly, right? And
Yeah.
just in general, I also watched the games against Viper obviously, and what you played there, Hera, is just amazing. Really, you're on a very
Oh.
good way.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, I think if I can talk about something real quick, it's like Jordan, the viewers were always like, they're like, yeah, that's Jordan. But then there's always a speck of doubt, Jordan, can he really beat Yo like 4-1 convincingly? And I knew it was Jordan up until that point. There's a lot of signs for me. But yeah, Jordan, man, great first tournament as you're back. Now that Jordan is back, is true. Great first tournament to you, man. Like, I thought, you beat MBL, okay. You beat ACCM, I thought it was Belize, okay. But beating Yo, like that's insane. Getting to the finals, like, well done to you, man. Straight up. Well
And-
well
Thank you
done.
very much.
And Jordan, we all know Doubt is a massive trash talker, and
Yes.
you 4-1'd the player who 3-1'd Doubt. I know that getting second is great, but to some degree, the potential trash talk here is endless, right?
In theory, yes, but Doubt, right? He will manage to use this situation to troll me even more. Jordan, still no tournament win. He's gonna trash talk all the time. He's gonna say, okay, I won Red Bull. What did you win, Jordan?
Oh man, Doubt's tough nut to crack, I guess. All right, well, Jordan, why teal? Was there any reason you picked teal at all throughout this tournament? Because we always guess on colors.
Not the specific reason. There was just a thought I had. I played against the Max, right, in the qualifiers.
Yeah.
And kind of a tribute to him,
All right, that's pretty cool. Yeah, you had been knocked out by the Max in Hidden Cup 2, and then qualified by beating him, and then made it here to the final. So incredible. Yeah, I'll just open the floor to you, Jordan, if you have any words to say to the community and just things in general before we close up here.
Yeah, just in general, I'm so thankful for all the support I've received over the last months, and now playing this tournament, it was just a great experience for me to see how many people are engaged into this tournament and are trying to figure out who's who, and so many people believed me being Admiral and so many people did not, right? And it was just so exciting for me to read through all that stuff. So guys, thank you so much for the support. I love it, and you will see more from me in the future, that's for sure. And also thanks T90 for setting up. Thanks to all the casters, you have done a great job, and also thanks to Overlay Guy and Robo for the administrative stuff.
Yeah, Jordan, congrats, man. Thanks again for everything. I'm sure that if there's more questions, people will ask you when they see you around. So,
yeah, thank you very much.
All right,
Bye-bye.
Yep. See ya. And Hera, same thing to you, man. Big Hidden Cup 4 victory. We talked about the path and everything. What do you have to say?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the same stuff that Jordan was saying, thank you to you, Dave, and every co-caster you've had for putting in the work. I mean, 12 hours today on the final day. The viewers for being around, consistently, despite the long hours. It was a great tournament, great experience for me. And this is my best tournament ever. Like, I'm very, very proud of how I played, how I prepared, and the end result, of course. So I'm just really happy. I can't really find the perfect words to say it, to talk about it, but yeah, thank you to all the love and support, the viewers. And I think we had some nice records broken on the stream for you T90. So congrats there. And it's just huge for Age of Empires, right? So one more thank you I want to give out as well is to the people who helped me practice. I couldn't have done it without them. I mean, they know who they are, but I practiced with a lot of people, and they were there just to help in a lot of cases. So thank you so much. And lastly, also thanks to the players who were very, very sportsmanship throughout the way. This community is great, literally all around. And it was the perfect tourney for me and a great tournament overall.
Hera.
Oh, hi,
finally
Dave.
did it, baby. Let's go.
Man. I'm putting Canada on the map. Let's go, Dave. I'm waiting for you, man. Now, next step is you. Canada's on the map. Thanks, buddy, man. I
My
appreciate
boy,
it.
dude. Congratulations.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh man.
All right, Hera. Well, I'm gonna close this out with Dave so we can get some rest here, buddy. Thank you so much. Congrats. Go parade around Canada. I'm sure people will hear it. I'm
Yeah,
proud of
I
you,
will
man, too.
celebrate.
Like I
Thank
said,
you
you
so
know,
much.
Dave and I were like your biggest fanboys back in the day. It was just like I get home from work, Hera's playing. I wake up the next morning, Hera's playing, always playing, and you've ironed out
Mhm.
your weaknesses. I think like your mindset, dude, such an amazing shift over the last couple years. Probably one of the strongest minds in the game on top of the skills. So again, my final congratulations. I'm really proud of you, and like you did this tournament absolute justice with your prep, with the Civ drafts, with the way you viewed the maps in game. Absolute justice. It was great.
Thank you so much. I appreciate all the good words, and thank you once again to everyone. Take care, guys. I'll see you guys around. Laters.
Amen.
God, I'm so
Woo!
like, oh, it feels so good, you know. Hera finally getting a championship. The Jordan coming in second again, like, it was hard for me not to speak during that. By the way, I was actually muted during that interview, Tristan.
You could have, by the way. I was just watching your little icon there. It still said you were muted, so I wasn't trying to stop you from speaking.
Because I was cheering and laughing and crying and
Yeah.
everything. What a huge moment! Like, just what a finals.
Yeah, I think
Holy.
so. Every Hidden Cup, I mean, in particular, let's talk about Hidden Cup 3 and Hidden Cup 4. There's been a day of absolute amazing sets last year. I think every single quarterfinal was 3-2 except for one of them, which was 3-1. And this year, I mean, I'm just going off stream time, of course, so it depends on a lot of factors. But we had a lot of sets in every single round. And I have so much anxiety, dude, with the random process. Because I'm just like Hera, had he lost against Leary again in the quarters, could have just been like, this is rigged, you know? He met Leary so frequently in other tournaments, which were quote unquote fair seeding and whatnot early on. And so like, anyways, I'm just so pleased with the way this played out for the players. We had upsets in many of these sets, players advancing further than they have before in every stretch, Dave. So just sick stuff.
Yeah, and it feels good to have Jordan and Hera. Like, Hera over the last year and a half, 2 years, has focused on improving his gameplay. He's worked hard. He's been streaming full time. Like, he's put a lot of effort into it. Jordan came back this year. He's worked hard. He's been streaming full time, and he's been putting a lot of effort into improving. And if we look back, like Hidden Cup 3, Hidden Cup 2, there was a sense that Viper couldn't be beaten, right? But these two guys devoted themselves, improved their gameplay, focus. Like, it's amazing what you can accomplish if you put in the work like Hera and Jordan have. And they made it to the finals, and Hera finally getting a victory. It's such a good feeling as an Age of Empires fan to know that our scene is this competitive.
Yeah. As I said, I want like Hera and Jordan did Hidden Cup justice with the preparation. Not to imply that others did not, right? But you could just see it from the Civ draft to the gameplay. Every single moment was prepped with strategy, and on top of that, with the hidden aspect, the teal colors. I guess Hera didn't know chat would show, so. But yeah. Anyways, man, that's amazing for me. Dave, if you wouldn't mind giving a final word to chat here, I actually have to step away for a split second before we close up here.
Chat, thanks for showing up. This is every single Hidden Cup has set the bar for Age of Empires events. This one has set the bar even higher. Tristan and I have been streaming together, casting together since, you know, he had 6 viewers at a time. And I saw that number creep up to 65 or 60 something K today with all the support coming in for him. It was an amazing experience. It was an amazing tournament, and it's only made possible because of you people that show up and support us. So continue doing that. If you're new to Age of Empires, stick around. We have so many great content creators, so many great players on Twitch. Please show them your support. I'm like, I know Tristan's emotional. I'm kind of emotional right now. for his success and for the success of our community. We're fucking esports now, boys and girls. And the best is still yet to come for Age of Empires 2, so stay tuned. I don't know if Tristan's back. I don't have many other words. It's just crazy. It's crazy the support you give us.
This was a PG stream, and you just ruined it at the tail end. How do you feel about that?
That's what I've been doing that for years, and you love it. Don't lie.
I figured at this point, I think we're safe. I've been holding myself back the last 4 days. Yeah, Dave, thank you, man. As always, like all the words that I say to you, I tend to just like say to chat, and then you're like there listening, so it's not awkward. But like, yeah, man, I am emotional and so happy with how this has gone, and so proud of the community and the players and everything, and we're blessed, and I want to keep this going, of course. So thank you, man. Guys, again, when I said to like, there's been a long journey to get here. Dave and I have been casting together for a long time. We've done a lot of events, and for him, it's not his full-time thing. He's got things he wants to do on weekends, at the very least relax. And so this year I kind of gave him an out. I said, hey, do you want to do the whole weekend again? Because that was insane last year. And he was like, of course, let's go. So I appreciate you so much, man. It was so much fun. I wouldn't have had anyone else casting with me for the
congratulations,
the
dude. You step it up every single time. Proud of you, buddy. Good luck with your emotional send-off at the end, chat. Tristan, Age of Empires community, keep your stick on the ice.
Why of all things did the keep your stick on the ice give me chills? Of all of that, I got emotional with keep your stick on the ice. That is, thank you, Dave. So listen, here's the deal. I've been sitting in this chair for like 12 hours, so apologies if I look like a dump. I actually got a quick shower in while we were counting down to the reveal and everything. Overlay guy has labeled the camera, which I'm about to go to, as CryCam. So this is CryCam. Hello. Hi. Yes, that's me, the man behind the mic. I'm not going to cry, I hope. But yeah, it's tough for me after spending so much time to go through everything and just talk about what this means to me and then thank everyone who's involved. So I'm going to do my best here. So obligatory thank you to everyone who played a part in whatever role you did. Because I am just a dude. I'm not a company. I'm not an organization. I'm a person sitting in his apartment streaming Age of Empires. This is not a thing that should happen, which I'll get to. So anyways, thank you to everyone and all the viewers out there. So I'm going to start off with a very important thing that I think needs to be said is like Microsoft sponsoring this tournament really made a lot of it possible. Unless someone there, I mean, there's a lot of big sub-gifters today, but I don't think anyone could just shell out $75,000 and say, hey, here, host a tournament. And the thing is, if you watch esports, now granted, I'm not really involved with other esports, but normally it's like, this tournament is sponsored by blah, 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 blah for the next 2 minutes, and then you got to deal with that. You have to deal with logos on screen. And Microsoft just said to me, here you go. Do your thing again, basically. And that's a huge, huge freeing thing for me because I can be myself. I can do my normal stream for you guys. All right. So thank you to Microsoft. Thank you to the devs, of course, who this time we didn't have an absolute awful balance patch right before the event. The communication's been getting better behind the scenes. A lot of things have improved. Not going to say it's perfect. Not going to say it's excusable. We don't have spec chat yet. How fun was it to have chat? Come on. But thank you, Microsoft. Also, thank you again to anyone who contributed to the prize pool with a sub. Because leading up to Hidden Cup 4, sponsors were contacting me, talking to sponsors. And there were some deals that, 3 years ago, I'm like, no brainer. But again, on one hand, a lot of money is great. It's great for the players, right? It's great for the players. If I take a chunk of whatever, it's good for myself too. Charipa, stop it. Stop the subs. It's over. Stop it. On one hand, it's great, right? But on the other hand, I didn't want to allow my event to be controlled by an outside organization. I didn't want to have to to go away from what I normally do on my streams, which is just being myself, right? And that's a big thing for me. And so I was really torn because I want there to be big prize pools. It produces hype. The players then train more, and the players deserve it. The sub count on this Twitch channel right now is just unbelievable, which I have to skip this topic because I'm going to get emotional. But you guys supported the community. Granted, a lot of Mr. Moneybags out there gifting subs, but you guys did it. Thank you. And like all the Twitch primes, even if you just get one sub, it's fine. Even if you're just watching and here and supporting and shouting and watching on YouTube, thank you. Dux, an absolute god behind the scenes. He's so fun. He's one of my best mods. One of my best mods. That implies I have favorites. He's one of all of my fantastic moderators. I didn't mean that to be in any way offensive. Sorry. And so, anyways, Dux is kind of like the head mod for this event. And he helped me out with a lot of the emotes with the players. He handled the fun facts on screen. And that was so important. We had Hizemi and Grim behind the scenes for the polls and the voting. And all that, again, was essential here. Thank you to Overlay Guy. Salutes in chat for Overlay Guy, man. This guy is, I feel like we always try and do things early every year, and then we're always swamped. And I don't know how much sleep he's gotten, but probably not much. And it complicates things when you have live games, too, for those reveal videos to get all that done and prepped, which was amazing. And on that note, Hardy, those showcase videos were incredible, too. That's probably it, honestly, as far as there's so many other names that I could thank right now, but emotionally and physically I'm exhausted, so I probably won't say much more. So you know who you are if you're out there, and thank you. Okay, I'm sorry if I'm not able to say every name. All right. I don't know where to start here. Robo, of course. Robo. Chat's like, Robo? That makes Robo feel better, I think, than me saying anything, is chat picking up on it. Robo, of course, who's done all the adminning behind the scenes. Listen, again, I'm going to miss names here because I have to prioritize my very low battery of emotion here. So as I said earlier, I'm just a person. And I started casting Age of Empires because it was just like a really fun thing to do. I had some inspiration along the way, but it was just like, it was just toughest years of my life. And I just started to do this as like kind of a time killer, get my mind off of all the craziness out there and the struggles that I had. And it's a weird balance, this streaming thing, because I'm very much aware that as I've been doing this now for 6 years, I've gotten emails and messages, and I understand that we're all human, that streaming and casting helps you guys throughout tough times and gives you guys a sense of community, which is very much needed and hard to find sometimes. And there's just many facets to this. And it's a two-way street. It always has been. You guys hear me on stream, and I'm just like, always like bringing this level of energy and fun and excitement, but I don't always have those days, and I get on here and this is my place. So thank you. I swear, my girlfriend just said I'm already crying in Twitch chat, and that almost made me want to cry. Stop it. She's like downstairs. I actually heard her when the reveal came on, by the way. She was like, what? I heard her scream. She doesn't sound like that. She's gonna get angry at me. Okay. Like, listen, I had someone tell me that I was living my dream the other day. Buddy I was catching up with on the phone. This wasn't even on the map. Like, it's one thing, I never grew up and said, I want to be a caster. I want to be a commentator. This was not on the map for me. This is not on the map for Age of Empires. This was never a reality. There was no road to take here. But we're here. And I don't know how to really put that into words. It's extremely overwhelming for me. Like, and guys, I put so much time and effort into trying to think about, like, I would literally just spend like hours going on walks and thinking about the Pilot songs and the order I would play the Pilot songs, which by the way, he's an amazing artist and thanks to him too. Just like stupid stuff, which is so important to me. None of this stuff was ever on the map for me. And like I'm the age community, like Hera, you know, I've known him ever since the community was small. Same with most of these players who now can make some money playing the game and compete at a higher level. And I feel kind of undeserving because I could always be better. I screw up. I say things the wrong way. I mispronounce names all the time, like Evalio or Violet, whatever. We have to get rid of some names next time. Yeah, I guess I'm thankful I'm not crying right now, but I sit here and like, I feel very undeserving of the support, but I've always taken it very seriously. Like if people are going to show up and people are going to support, they're going to get a show, and that's what Hidden Cup's been about. So, thank you very, very much. And you know, I don't know where. I was actually pretty worried about the view count. Like it was important to me. I knew 100K was never possible, and thank God because I liked my hair. But to be honest with you guys, last year, so basically what happened last year on the DL in front of 20,000 people, I'll tell you what went down. So basically, my partner contacted Twitch, was like MIA. And that's normally who you go through to get front page and organize those things. I was trying to contact and get things set up. And I went up the chain. I went full Karen. It was a nice Karen, but I was like I wanted exposure for Hidden Cup 3. So I ended up getting in contact with someone who was, you know, at a decent position in Twitch. And the front page last year kicked hard. We had like 20, 30,000. Did we just hit 90K prize pool? We did apparently. We had like 20, 30,000 people and front page would hit and an immediate 20K spike. I think we were right there front and center last year. And combined with the fact that it was like all of Europe was locked down. I honestly wasn't sure if beating Hidden Cup 3's numbers were possible. Now, I told Microsoft that I thought 60 or 61K would be what we would hit. I don't know what we ended up hitting. I didn't promise that, but I'm very proud. I'm very, very proud. Especially with like, you know, as I said, you know, front page not caring as hard as it was. This was a genuine show up and get hyped about Age of Empires event. From the Hidden Cups, guys, from setting the record with Hidden Cup 2 to Hidden Cup 3 to Hidden Cup 4 to the 2v2 World Cup getting the most viewership. I think, anyways, I could be wrong, at least on individual channel. For team game tournaments, I just love to do this, so thank you, okay? I could probably talk for another hour, and the tears would start flowing, so... Hey, apparently it was 65K, and the total prize pool was 90K. What's our sub count at right now? $25,000 Twitch subs. Forgot to tell you guys something actually. So in the settings for the tournament, I said if we surpassed a certain number, I would actually contribute nothing to the prize pool. So unfortunately, you guys just crossed the $25,000 threshold or 25,000 sub threshold. So I get to keep everything. I don't get to put any to the prize. I'm sorry. You got to read the fine print. Now I'll gladly put $25,000 extra in that prize pool. This is not in the map for me. This was not supposed to be a thing. I was like 2 days before the event. I had a sore throat and I was sick and I was tired and I was worried. And I was putting like table salt in water and gargling it for like an hour. I wasn't even supposed to be healthy for this. It's just been a crazy day. Okay. Crazy 4 days. It's a lot. So anyways, listen, I guess the final thing I'll say is I said this at the end of Hidden Cup 3. As the community grows, I think it's important that we maintain the way we were before it grew. And many people are new in chat, but like, you know, and it's tough with Hidden Cup because there's a couple quirks here or there which are technically bad, which we make fun of, but being respectful of the competition, being respectful of each other, making jokes but not taking it too far are true ranges. You know, in general, like, you can always make fun of me. That's fine. The positivity, you know, the place that we came from, respecting everything. Like I said it on the AMA on Reddit. I think the reason the people here are the way we are is because we respect what we have because it was never supposed to happen. Because when we had so little, we just cherished that. And now that we blossomed as a community, it's only going to get better. All right. So as for me, I'm going to take some time off. You know, it dawned on me the other day that I've been doing this for 6 years. And well, I worked like a crappy retail job, which was a management job, which basically meant I had to do way too much work for way too many hours. And I'd work like 45 to 50 hours. And then I did streaming in the old days for like 20 hours on top of it. And then it was immediate full time, and it's just been immediate thing after the other, after the other, after the other. It's been a very busy 6 years for me. I'm not going to take like a ton of time off, but I'm going to chill. So I'll be back at some point, and we'll get back on schedule with our normal streams and probably events too. But, you know, I have not taken care of myself this year. COVID did hit hard for me, ruined some things with my schedule, even though it obviously has benefited me in some way. So that's kind of the plan. All right. I hope you guys enjoy the VODs on YouTube. YouTube, I'm really sorry for the people who were impatiently spamming islands and teal when we were doing the wonderful interview, because I know that probably discourages you from showing up to this stream. That was so annoying that you probably felt like I'm never going to show up on Twitch. And on normal streams, it's better, okay? Not saying you have to work your schedule around it, but on normal streams, it's better. When we have 60-some thousand, 1% is pretty loud. So, what was up with that? Those people were probably already gone. What? Anyways, that's it for me. So I actually recorded a YouTube video, which was supposed to be before Hidden Cup, which is really good. So true to form, there will be a cool YouTube video in a few days after all the Hidden Cup stuff goes up. Thank you guys. Have a wonderful week. I'll probably be off at least a week, and I'll inform you on all my socials of everything. Make sure you congratulate the players. Talk to them about Hidden Cup. I like to see it. I'll probably be stopping by a few streams here or there to, you know, share some gifted subs. I don't deserve all this. Thank you guys. Hidden Cup 5 will be even more hype. I can promise you that. And we'll see you. Have a nice night.